So, hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to our YouTube channel. And today we are going to see a very unique and very perfect what if idea. So, today we will see what if Harry Potter was secret son of Narcissa. So, if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also, because of some YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this short intro. So, always remember to skip 20 to 30 seconds of my video if you want. Now, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
What if Harry's blood could cure any curse, and every cursed pureblood family offered their daughters? Daphne Greengrass was standing in his kitchen. Harry blinked, wand already in his hand, because 3 weeks into summer at Grimmauld Place had taught him that unexpected visitors usually meant someone wanted to kill him, kidnap him, or give him terrible news. The blonde witch in front of him didn't look like an assassin, expensive robes, perfect posture. The kind of cold beauty that made you think of marble statues, but then again, the best ones never did. "How did you get through the wards?" he asked, not lowering his wand. "I walked through the front door," she said, like he was being particularly stupid. "Your house elf let me in." "Creature," Harry shouted. The ancient elf appeared with a crack, looking smug in that specific way. That meant he'd done something he knew Harry would hate. "The young Greengrass misses being a proper pureblood witch," Creature said. "Creature is not turning away proper guests from the noble house of Black. We're going to have another conversation about your definition of proper." Harry muttered. He still didn't lower his wand. "Right? You're in my kitchenette." He glanced at the clock. 7 in the morning. I haven't had coffee. I'm not in the mood for whatever pureblood politics this is. Start talking. Daphne's expression didn't flicker, but something in her eyes shifted, like she'd expected him to be different. More accommodating, maybe. More like the Harry Potter everyone thought they knew. "I'm here to offer you a marriage contract," she said. Harry stared at her for a long moment. Then he laughed, a short, sharp sound with no real humor in it. "Yeah, no. Door's that way. Thanks for stopping by. I haven't finished." "You really have?" "The contract isn't for me." Daphne's voice stayed perfectly level, but her hands had tightened at her sides, just barely. Just enough for Harry to notice. "It's for my sister, Astoria. She's 14, so the marriage wouldn't be formalized until she's 17. But the preliminary bond—" "I'm going to stop you right there." Harry cut in, and now there was an edge in his voice. "Because if you're about to tell me you want me to marry your 14-year-old sister, I'm going to forget that I'm trying to be a better person this year and hex you through the wall. She's dying." The words hung in the air between them. Daphne's mask cracked, just for a second. Just long enough for Harry to see the exhaustion underneath, the fear, the desperate hope she was trying to smother. Then she pulled herself back together, but the damage was done. He'd seen it. "There's a curse on my family's bloodline," she said, quieter now. "It's been there for generations. It kills us young, rarely past 25. My great-aunt made it to 28, and we called her ancient." She swallowed. "Astoria's condition is progressing faster than expected. The healers give her 3 years, maybe 4, if we're lucky." Harry lowered his wand slowly. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I don't understand what you think I can do about a Harry curse. Your blood can break it." "My what?" Daphne pulled the scroll from her robes. Thick parchment, heavy with official seals. "This arrived at our estate 2 days ago. From Gringotts. Apparently your most recent medical examination triggered some kind of alarm in their curse breaking department." She held it out. "Your blood contains properties that can neutralize any Harry curse or blood malediction. The goblins are calling it primordial cleansing. They've never seen anything like it." Harry didn't take the scroll. His mind was racing, trying to process what she was saying, trying to find the catch. There was always a catch. I haven't had any medical examination at Gringotts. The goblins maintain passive monitoring on all vault holders above a certain threshold. You inherited the Black Fortune. That put you on their watch list. Daphne's lip curled slightly. They're very thorough. Creepy is the word you're looking for. Thorough, she repeated firmly. And thank Merlin for it, because without their monitoring, we never would have known. No one would have known. She pushed the scroll toward him again. Read it, please. Harry took it this time, mostly because the please sounded like it had physically hurt her to say. He broke the seal and unrolled the parchment, scanning the dense goblin script. Less of it was technical magical theory that went over his head, but certain phrases jumped out at him. Unique hematomantic signature. Unprecedented curse nullification properties. Recommend immediate containment and study. Containment, Harry muttered. Lovely. The goblins wanted to keep this quiet. Use you themselves, probably. Daphne's voice had gone hard. I have contacts at Gringotts. One of them owed my family a debt. She copied the report before it could be buried. And now you're here. And now I'm here. Harry rolled the scroll back up, thinking. His blood could break curses. His blood could save a 14-year-old girl from dying young. That was good, wasn't it? That was something he could do that would actually help someone, no prophecies or destiny or chosen one nonsense involved. But he'd also been around long enough to know that when something seemed simple, it usually wasn't. What's the catch? He asked. Daphne hesitated. That alone told him there was one. The cure requires a blood bond, she said finally. Not a full marriage, not consummation, but a magical binding between your blood and the cursed parties. It's similar in structure to a betrothal contract, which is why I mentioned marriage. The bond doesn't force any behavior or emotion, but it does create a connection. What kind of connection? You would be able to sense each other's general state. Alive, dead, in danger. Strong emotions, if you're close physically. Daphne met his eyes steadily. And the bond can't be broken except by death. It's permanent. Harry set the scroll down on the kitchen table. So if I help your sister, I'm magically tied to her forever. Yes. And you're okay with that, binding your 14-year-old sister to a stranger for life. Something flickered across Daphne's face, anger maybe, or shame. Both. My sister is going to die. Potter. She's going to spend the next 3 years getting weaker, and sicker and more afraid. And then she's going to die. And there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing anyone can do about it. Her voice cracked on the last word. She took a breath, steadied herself. So yes, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with anything that lets her live. Harry was quiet for a long moment. He thought about what it would feel like to watch someone you loved dying slowly. To know it was coming and be completely powerless to stop it. He thought about Sirius, about how he'd have done anything, literally anything, to bring him back. He thought about how many times people had wanted him for what he represented rather than who he was. The boy who lived, the chosen one, a symbol, a weapon, a tool. Now he was a cure, apparently. I need to think about this, he said. Of course. Daphne's expression smoothed back into that perfect mask, but he could see the disappointment underneath. She'd been hoping for an immediate yes. How long? I don't know. A few days at least. Maybe longer. Harry ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. It's a lot. You're asking me to permanently bind myself to someone I've never met. I don't even know if this blood thing is real. The goblins could be wrong. It could be a trap. I could try to help your sister and end up killing her instead. The goblins aren't wrong about blood magic. It's their specialty. The goblins have also tried to screw me over multiple times. I'm not exactly operating on a foundation of trust here. Daphne opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. For a moment, she looked almost human, young and scared and in over her head. Then the mask came back. "I'll leave you my contact information," she said, pulling a small card from her robes and setting it on the table. "When you've made your decision, send an owl. Any time, day or night. I'll come immediately. And if my decision is no," she met his eyes, "then my sister dies and I will hate you for the rest of my life. But I'll understand. No one should be forced into something like this." She paused at the doorway. "For what it's worth, Potter, I'm sorry. For ambushing you like this. I know it wasn't fair. I didn't know what else to do." Then she was gone, and Harry was alone in his kitchen with a goblin scroll that said his blood was magic and a business card that smelled faintly of jasmine. "Creature," he called. The elf appeared instantly. "Yes, master. If anyone else shows up wanting to talk about marriage contracts or blood don't let them in." Creature's face fell. "But master, anyone, creature. I don't care how pure blood they are. I need time to figure out what the hell is going on." Figuring out what was going on required backup. Harry flew Dumbledore at 9 in the morning and got Minerva McGonagall instead, because apparently the headmaster was in a meeting with the minister and couldn't be disturbed. 20 minutes later, McGonagall herself stepped out of the fireplace at Grimmauld Place, looking like she'd aged 5 years since the end of term. "This had better be important. Potter," she said, brushing soot from her robes. "I've got 17 letters from concerned parents about the upcoming year's curriculum, and Severus is threatening to quit again. Snape threatens to quit every summer." "Yes, but this time he's serious. Something about finally having enough saved for a cottage in the Hebrides." She fixed him with a sharp look. "What's wrong?" Harry handed her the goblin scroll without comment. He watched her face as she read it, the confusion, then the disbelief, then the dawning realization of what it meant. "Merlin's beard," she whispered. "So it's real?" "I don't." McGonagall sat down heavily in the nearest chair, still staring at the scroll. "I've never seen anything like this. Primordial cleansing is a theoretical concept, not something that actually manifests in human wizards. It would require—" She trailed off, frowning. "Require what?" "I'm not certain. Something extraordinary in your magical lineage. Or something was done to your blood at some point that—" She looked up sharply. "The protection your mother gave you. The blood sacrifice." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "You think my mum did this?" "Not intentionally, but blood magic of that magnitude, performed in the moment of death, tied directly to love and sacrifice." McGonagall shook her head slowly. "It could have altered your fundamental magical signature in ways no one anticipated. Ways no one would have thought to look for." "Great, so I'm a freak because my mum died for me." "You're not a freak, Potter. You're a miracle, a weapon, a cure." Harry's voice came out harsher than he intended. "Yeah, I've heard it all before. I'm something special, lucky me." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was gentler. "I know this isn't fair. Nothing about your life has been fair. But this could be a gift, Harry. A chance to help people in a way no one else can. Or a curse of my own. Everyone who's ever wanted me for something. The prophecy, the scar, the name. Now my blood." He laughed bitterly. "I just wanted one summer where I wasn't important. One summer where I could just be. Nothing. You've never been nothing, and you never will be. Thanks. That's very comforting. The fire flared green before McGonagall could respond, and Dumbledore stepped through, looking harried. His robes were slightly singed, and there was what appeared to be a small scorch mark on his beard. The minister, he said, by way of explanation, is deeply unhappy about the recent vampire attacks in Cardiff and demanded I personally reassure him that Hogwarts wards are sufficient. I may have gotten slightly emphatic in my assurance. He noticed the scroll in McGonagall's hands, and his expression shifted immediately. I see you've received it as well. You knew, Harry demanded. I received my own notification from Gringotts approximately 6 hours ago. I've been trying to reach you, but the wards here are quite formidable, as they should be. Dumbledore conjured a chair and sat down, suddenly looking every one of his 100+ years. I had hoped to explain this to you myself, in a controlled environment. I take it someone else beat me to it. Daphne Greengrass. She wants me to save her sister. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. The Greengrass blood curse. Yes. I've been aware of their family's affliction for many years. A terrible thing. He opened his eyes again, fixing Harry with that piercing blue stare. Did she tell you about the blood bond requirement? She did? And I told her I need to think about it. Harry crossed his arms. Which is what I'm doing. Thinking. Trying to figure out if this is real, if it's a trap. If I'm about to get manipulated into something I don't understand. A wise approach. Dumbledore leaned forward. I can confirm that the Gringotts analysis is accurate. I had several trusted contacts verify it independently. Your blood does possess remarkable curse-breaking properties. I can also confirm that the blood bond is the only reliable method of transferring those properties to another witch or wizard. A simple transfusion would be rejected by the recipient's magic. The bond creates a channel that allows your blood's properties to integrate with theirs. So if I want to help anyone, I have to be bound to them forever. Yes. And how many anyones are we talking about here? Harry's voice was flat. How many cursed families are going to come knocking? Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a look. We've done some preliminary research, McGonagall said carefully. There are approximately 40 known heraldry curses affecting pureblood families in Britain alone. Globally, the number is likely in the hundreds. Harry stared at her. Hundreds. Many cursed families have kept their afflictions secret. The social stigma among certain circles is considerable. McGonagall's jaw tightened with disapproval. But if word sweat as a hua exists, they'll come forward. They'll all come forward. And they'll all want to bind themselves to me. Most of the curses affect the female line specifically, Dumbledore added quietly. It's a common pattern in blood maledictions. They were often cast as punishments or revenge against families, targeting daughters and mothers. So yes, most of those who would seek your help would be young women. Harry sat down. His legs didn't feel entirely steady. You're telling me that hundreds of girls are going to show up wanting to magically marry me so they don't die? I'm telling you that you have a choice to make, and it's not a simple one. Dumbledore's voice was unusually serious. You could help no one, refuse all contracts, and live your life normally. Some would call that selfish. Others would call it reasonable. You could help everyone, bind yourself to hundreds of strangers, and spend your life as a living cure. Some would call that heroic. Others would call it insane. He paused. Or you could find a middle path. Help those you choose to help, on your own terms, in your own way. And how do I choose? How do I look at a dying girl and tell her she's not worth saving because I don't want to be magically tied to too many people. You don't save everyone, Harry. No one can. Not even you. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but firm. You save who you can. You do what you can. And you forgive yourself for the rest. Harry was quiet for a long time. I need more information, he said finally. About the curses. About the families. About what the bond actually does in practice. I'm not agreeing to anything until I understand exactly what I'm getting into. A prudent approach. Dumbledore stood. I'll have research materials sent over this afternoon. Minerva, if you could coordinate with the Hogwarts library, already planning which restricted texts to pull, she said, also rising. Potter, try not to do anything rash in the meantime. I never do anything rash. McGonagall gave him a look that said she remembered every rash thing he'd ever done in minute detail, then disappeared into the flames. Dumbledore lingered a moment longer. Harry, one more thing. Yeah, be careful who you suss with this information. Your blood just became the most valuable substance in the wizarding world. There will be those who want to help you, and there will be those who want to use you. His eyes were sharp behind those half-moon spectacles. And there will be those who want to ensure no one else can have what you're offering. Those people are the most dangerous of all. Then he was gone too, and Harry was alone again. He looked down at Daphne's business card, still sitting on the table, then at the goblin scroll, then at the fireplace, where the flames had died back to normal. Most valuable substance in the wizarding world, he muttered to himself. Great. Just what I always wanted. Creature appeared at his elbow with a cup of tea, looking almost sympathetic. Master is having a very difficult morning. You have no idea. The research materials arrived at 3 in the afternoon, carried by 4 straining owls, and an extremely annoyed Hogwarts house elf, who complained the entire time about having to make special trips during summer cleaning season. Harry spent the next 6 hours reading. The history of blood curses was darker than he'd expected. They'd been popular during the medieval period, when wizarding wars were fought through bloodlines as much as battlefields. If you couldn't defeat an enemy directly, you cursed their family, ensured that their descendants would suffer for generations, that their line would eventually die out. The Greengrass curse was old. Ancient, actually, cast in 1432 by a witch named Morrigan Black, because of course it was a black, Harry thought grimly, as punishment for the Greengrass family's role in some long, forgotten political betrayal. The curse targeted the females of the line, attacking their magical core and slowly draining their life force. Death usually came between ages 20-25, preceded by months of weakness, pain, and magical instability. Astoria Greengrass was 14. She had maybe 3 years left if she was lucky. Harry kept reading. The Vila bloodline curse was different, self-inflicted, in a way. Vila who didn't form true magical bonds before adulthood began to fade, their magic consuming itself. It was a species trait originally designed to encourage Vila to integrate with other magical beings rather than remaining isolated. But over centuries of interbreeding with humans, it had become lethal rather than merely uncomfortable. Half Vila like Fleur Delacour still carried the trait, diluted what Quiescence. The Black family curse was fragmented, different branches suffering different manifestations. Madness in some, magical instability in others, physical deformities in a few. The metamorph magus ability that Nymphadora Tonks had inherited was connected to a particularly nasty variant. Her shape-shifting was actually her body trying to fight off a curse that wanted to lock her into one form forever. Eventually, the curse would win. Her shifting would become involuntary, uncontrollable, and finally lethal. The Lee family curse was silence. Literal silence. Each generation lost the ability to speak younger and younger. The current generation couldn't speak past age 20. The next generation might be born mute entirely. Harry read about curses that caused blindness, curses that caused infertility, curses that caused memories to fragment and fade. He read about families that had died out entirely, the last members choosing not to have children, rather than pass on their affliction. He read about centuries of suffering, of children growing up knowing they were doomed, of parents watching their babies and calculating how many years they'd have. By 9 o'clock, he felt sick. By midnight, he'd made his decision. The owl carrying Harry's response to Daphne Greengrass left Grimmauld Place at 12:30 in the morning. The owl carrying his response to Fleur Delacour, whose family had apparently sent their own request 3 hours after Daphne left, via International Express. Left at 12:35. The owl carrying his response to Andromeda Tonks, regarding her daughter, left at 12:40. And the owl carrying his response to the Lai family's British representative. He hadn't even known there was a Chinese wizarding community in London until tonight. Left at 12:45. All 4 letters said the same thing: I'm willing to discuss terms. But I have conditions, and they're not negotiable. If you're not willing to meet them, don't bother coming. Tomorrow, noon, Grimmauld Place. Harry Potter P.S. Come alone. No parents, no lawyers, no political advisors. Just you. This conversation is between us. Harry watched the last owl disappear into the night sky, then went to bed. He didn't sleep. They arrived within minutes of each other, which Harry suspected was intentional. None of them wanted to be caught alone with him, vulnerable to whatever the others might be saying. Daphne came first, looking exactly as composed as she had that morning. She'd changed robes. These ones were darker, more formal, probably some kind of negotiation outfit. Harry gestured her to a seat in the drawing room and said nothing. Fleur Delacour came second, sweeping through the door like she owned the place. She was taller than Harry remembered from the tournament, and even more intimidating. Her Vila heritage was obvious in the way the air seemed to shimmer around her, in the way Harry's hindbrain kept trying to make him stare. He pushed the feeling down ruthlessly. "Potter," she said, her accent crisp. "You've nerve. Summoning me like a servant? I have something you need. You have something I want. That's not summoning, that's business." Harry nodded to another chair. "Sit down." Fleur's eyes narrowed, but she sat. Nymphadora Tonks came third, and she was the only one who looked even slightly apologetic about the whole thing. Her hair was a muted brown today. Harry remembered it being bright pink at school, and she moved with less energy than he'd expected. "What's your Harry?" she said, dropping into a chair without waiting for an invitation. "Sorry about all this. Mum insisted I come, and you know how she gets." "I don't, actually. I've met her twice." "Right, well, she gets intense. About family stuff especially." Tonks shifted uncomfortably. "Look, I know this is weird. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. You're what, 16? I'm 23. If you want me to leave, I want you to stay." Harry interrupted. "I want all of you to stay. But I need you to understand something first." The door opened one more time. Su Li was small and quiet and moved like smoke. Harry hadn't even heard her approach, until she was already in the room, settling into the remaining chair with a slight nod in his direction. She pulled out a small notebook and a self-inking quill, holding them ready. "She doesn't speak," Daphne said flatly. "The curse is—" "I know what the curse is. I read the files. Harry looked at Sully directly. You can write anything you want to say. I'll make sure everyone waits for you to finish. Sully's expression didn't change, but she wrote something quickly and held it up. Thank you. Most people don't bother. Most people are idiots. Harry took a breath, looking around at the four of them. Daphne ice cold and desperate. Fleur furious and proud. Tunks uncomfortable and trying to hide it. Sully silent and watchful. Right. Here's how this is going to work. He stayed standing. It wasn't a power play exactly, but it wasn't not one either. I can save all of you. I can save your sister. He nodded at Daphne. And I can stabilize whatever's happening with your Vila heritage, Fleur. And I can stop your shifting from killing you, Tunks. And I can restore your voice, Sully. The goblin's research is accurate. My blood breaks curses. The bond makes it permanent. We know this, Fleur said impatiently. Why are we here instead of? Because I have conditions. Harry cut in. And if you can't meet them, then this conversation is over and I'll find someone else to help. That got their attention. Even Fleur's irritation flickered into something more cautious. The bond is permanent, Harry continued. Which means I'm going to be stuck with you, all of you, for the rest of my life. I'm not interested in being bound to strangers. So before I agree to anything, I need to actually know you. Know us, Daphne repeated flatly. Yeah, know you. Who you are, what you want, what you're like when you're not desperate. Harry met her eyes steadily. I've spent my whole life being wanted for things. My scar, my name, my supposed destiny. Now my blood. I'm not doing it anymore. If I'm binding myself to someone permanently, it's going to be someone I actually like. And if you don't like us? Tonks asked quietly. Then I don't help you. Harry's voice was blunt. And before you start, no, that's not negotiable. I know you're dying. I know your sister's dying. I know you're all running out of time. But I'm 16 years old and I'm being asked to tie myself to people forever. And I refuse to do that blind. The room was very quiet. Fleur spoke first, surprising him. You are not what I expected. Good. I'm not what anyone expects. That's kind of my thing. Harry allowed himself a small, humorless smile. I'm also not going to be manipulated, guilted, or pressured into this. If any of you try, if I catch even a hint that you're playing games with me, you're out, immediately. I don't care how sympathetic your situation is. And if we pass your audition. Daphne's voice was cool, but there was something underneath it. Respect, maybe, or at least the beginning of it. Then I help you. All of you, if you all pass. I won't play favorites or make you compete with each other. Harry paused. And I'll treat the bond with the seriousness it deserves. I'm not looking for servants or trophies. I'm looking for, I don't know, partners, allies, people I can trust. Sully held up a notebook again. You could have demanded anything. Why this? Harry considered the question. Because I've had enough of being used. And because, he hesitated, then decided to be honest. Because the idea of being bound to people I don't know, who don't know me, who only want me for what I can do. It's horrifying. I'd rather help fewer people and actually have something real with them than help everyone and be alone forever. The silence stretched. Then Tunks laughed, a short, genuine sound that broke the tension. All right, Potter? I'll admit it. I didn't think you had it in you. Had what in me? Spine. She grinned. And some of that chaotic energy he remembered from Hogwarts flickered back into her expression. Most people in your position would be tripping over themselves to save everyone. Saint Potter, hero of the wizarding world, instead you're standing there telling us to earn it. I'm not a saint. Never have been. Harry shrugged. I'm just a person who's tired of being treated like I'm not. Fleur was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Calculating, definitely. But there was something else there too. Your conditions are acceptable, she said finally. I will not pretend to enjoy being evaluated like a broodmare. But I understand your reasoning. I'm not evaluating you like a broodmare. I'm evaluating you like a potential partner. I see a difference. Yeah. Broodmares don't get to evaluate me back. Harry met her eyes. You should, though. Figure out if I'm someone you want to be bound to. I'm not exactly a prize either. That actually seemed to surprise her. The viola shimmer around her flickered slightly. Daphne spoke next, her voice carefully neutral. How long does this evaluation period last? As long as it needs to. Weeks, probably. Maybe months. Harry held up a hand before she could protest. I know your sister doesn't have much time. If it comes down to it, if she's getting worse and we're running out of options, I'll make a decision faster. But I'd rather do this right than do it quick. And during this period, what exactly are you expecting from us? Honesty, time, conversation? Harry smiled slightly. I know, terrifying stuff. Basically, I want to hang out with you, get to know each other. See if we can stand being in the same room for more than 5 minutes. That seems remarkably simple, Daphne said. The best things usually are. Sully wrote something and held it up with a slight smile. You realize we're all going to be terrible at this. Slytherin, Vila, or a trainee, and whatever I am, small talk is not our strength. Good thing I'm not asking for small talk. Harry grinned at her. I'm asking for real talk. Tell me what you actually think, even if it's rude. Argue with me when I'm wrong. Call me out on my garbage. That's what I want. Be careful what you wish for, Tunk said, still grinning. I'm very good at calling people out on their garbage. I'm counting on it. The atmosphere in the room had shifted. It wasn't friendly exactly. There was still too much tension, too many stakes. But it was something closer to neutral. Cautious interest, instead of liquidation. Harry could work with that. All right, he said. First order of business. You're all staying for dinner. What? That was Fleur, looking genuinely thrown for the first time since she'd arrived. Dinner. Food. You eat it. Harry headed for the door. My house elf is going to be thrilled to have guests, and I want to see what you're all like when you're not in negotiation mode. This is ridiculous, Fleur muttered, but she stood up to follow him anyway. So did the others. Dinner was awkward for approximately 15 minutes, and then Tunks knocked over a gravy boat, and everything descended into chaos. I didn't mean to, it just slipped. It is everywhere. It is in my air. I have gravy in my air. Air, let me. Axio napkin, no, wait. That was the tablecloth. Putter, your house elf is crying. Creature, it's fine. Accidents happen. The young Tunks is destroying the noble house of Black. Just like her traitorous mother. Okay, creature, that's enough. Sully was shaking silently, which Harry realized after a moment was laughter. She held up her notebook. This is the most entertaining meal I've had in years. Daphne, who had somehow emerged from the gravy incident completely unscathed, looked like she wasn't sure whether to be appalled or amused. Is dinner always like this here? Usually it's just me and Creature staring at each other in hostile silence. Harry admitted. So this is actually an improvement. Fleur had managed to vanish the gravy from her hair, but she still looked deeply offended by the illithorse. I was told you British had table manners. You were told wrong. Tonks had given up trying to clean the table and was now just sitting in the middle of the mess, looking sheepish. Sorry, my coordination gets worse when I'm nervous. You are nervous. Fleur raised an eyebrow. Off what? Off this. All of it. Tonks gestured vaguely at the room. I'm sitting in the ancestral home of a family that kicked out my mother, trying to convince a 16-year-old to save my life, while making nice with a Vila and a Slytherin and a girl who can't talk. I can talk, Sully wrote, just not out loud. There's a difference, right? Sorry. A girl who can't talk out loud. Tonks winced. See, I'm rubbish at this. You're doing fine, Harry said. The honesty is refreshing, actually. The gravy is not. Fleur would. Sully wrote something else and passed it to Daphne, who read it with a slight frown. She wants to know if you're always this tightly controlled, Daphne reported. She says your expression hasn't changed in 20 minutes. My expression is perfectly adequate. I don't think that was the question. Daphne's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. I've spent my entire life learning to control my expression. It's useful. For what? Harry asked. For surviving Slytherin. For dealing with families who want to use the Greengrass name. For, she stopped herself, for many things. Sounds exhausting. It is. The admission seemed to slip out before Daphne could stop it. She looked briefly annoyed at herself. You can relax here, you know. No one's going to use anything against you. Harry took a bite of the chicken that had somehow survived Tonks's gravitational disaster. Well, maybe Creature will. But he does that to everyone. Young Master Regulus never made messes at dinner. Creature muttered, clearing away debris with pointed aggression. Young Master Regulus also joined the Death Eaters, so maybe he's not the best role model. Creature's ears flattened, but he didn't respond. The conversation meandered from there, carefully at first, then more naturally as the initial tension bled away. Harry learned that Fleur had left her job at Gringotts because she couldn't stand the way the goblins looked at her, like she was a curiosity rather than a person. He learned that Tonks had nearly failed Auror training 3 times because of her shifting. She'd accidentally turned into her instructor during a stealth exercise. He learned that Sue Lee played chess through correspondence with wizards in 6 different countries, and that she'd been undefeated for 2 years. And he learned that Daphne, underneath all that ice, was desperately trying to hold her family together. My father died 2 years ago, she said quietly, after Tonks asked an innocent question about the Greengrass estate. The curse took him early. Sometimes it does that to the men in our family, though they usually last longer. My mother is. She's not coping well, and Astoria knows she's dying, which means she's simultaneously trying to live as much as possible and pushing everyone away so it'll hurt less when she's gone. That sounds familiar, Harry said without thinking. Daphne looked at him sharply. What do you mean? Nothing. Just, he shook his head. I had a godfather. He died last year. Sometimes I catch myself doing the same thing, keeping people at a distance because it's easier than risking losing them. The table went quiet. I'm sorry, Fleur said, and she sounded like she meant it. Losing family it is very hard. Yeah, it is. Harry pushed his food around his plate. That's part of why I wanted to do this, honestly. Get to know you all. If I'm going to be bound to people, I want them to be people who understand that life isn't always easy, that sometimes things hurt. We all understand that, Tonks said softly. Every single person in this room. Sulai held up her notebook. Cursed people aren't exactly known for our carefree attitudes. Point taken. Harry managed a small smile. All right, new topic. Something less depressing. Tonks? What's the weirdest thing you've ever accidentally shifted into? Oh, Merlin. You want the whole list or just the highlights? The conversation picked up again, lighter this time. Tonks's shifting mishaps were apparently legendary in the horror department. Fleur had once accidentally set a man's beard on fire during a first date. Su Lai had won a chess tournament by writing such aggressive trash talk that her opponent forfeited rather than face her again. And Daphne actually laughed when Tonks demonstrated her impression of Cornelius Fudge. It was a small laugh, quickly smothered, but it was there. Harry caught her eye across the table, and something passed between them. An acknowledgement, maybe, that this whole ridiculous situation was actually kind of working. They left around 10, one by one. Tonks went first, apologizing again for the gravy incident and promising to work on her coordination. Not that it'll help much, she admitted. The curse is messing with my proprioception. I never know exactly where my body is in space anymore. We'll figure it out, Harry said. That's kind of the point. She gave him a searching look, then nodded and disappeared into the flames. Fleur went next, pausing at the fireplace. You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. You said that already. It bears repeating. She almost smiled. I will return tomorrow if you will of me. There are things I wish to discuss. Sounds good. Bring your best arguments. I like a good debate. I will bring more Zan arguments. She vanished into the fire before he could ask what that meant. Su Lai handed him a note on her way out. You're lonely. That's why you're doing this, not just ethics. You want people who understand you. Harry read it twice, then looked up at her. She was watching him with those dark, quiet eyes. Maybe, he admitted. Is that a problem? She wrote quickly. No, I'm lonely too. So are they. Maybe that's what we all need, people who understand. Then she nodded once and walked out the front door, declining the fireplace entirely. Daphne was last. She stood in the drawing room, looking around at the ancient black family decor with an unreadable expression. This house is a nightmare, she said finally. Yeah. I'm working on it. The elf is a problem. I know. And you live here alone? Also yes. She turned to face him. You could have asked for anything. You know. When those letters arrived, when you realized what you had, you could have demanded fortunes, political favors, anything. Every family in Britain would have paid whatever you asked. I don't want fortunes or political favors. No. You want to be known. Daphne's voice was quiet but intense. You want people to see you as a person, not a resource. I understand that more than you might think. Harry didn't say anything. I'll be honest with you, Daphne continued. That's what you asked for, isn't it? Honesty. So here it is. I came here this morning prepared to manipulate you. To use whatever leverage I could find to secure your help for my sister. I was going to play the grieving older sibling, the desperate damsel, whatever worked. I know. You. She blinked. How? Because that's what I would have done in your position. Family comes first. Harry shrugged. The difference is, I can tell when someone's faking. Years of practice. And yet you didn't throw me out. No. Because underneath the act, the desperation was real. You actually care about your sister. That's not something you can fake. He met her eyes. That's what I'm looking for, Daphne. Real underneath. You've got it. The question is whether you're willing to let me see it. She stared at him for a long moment. You're a very strange person, Harry Potter. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. She moved toward the fireplace, then paused. Tomorrow. What time should I arrive? Whenever you want. I'm apparently not doing anything else this summer. Good. She grabbed a handful of flu powder. And Harry? Yeah. Thank you. For giving us a chance. She threw the powder into the flames. Greengrass Manor. and she was gone. Harry stood alone in the drawing room for a while after that, thinking. 4 women, 4 curses. 4 potential bonds that last the rest of his life. This was either the best decision he'd ever made or the worst. The letter from Marcus Crane arrived at midnight. Harry was still awake, reading through more of the research materials Dumbledore had sent, when an unfamiliar owl tapped at the window. It was sleek and black, not like any owl he'd seen at Hogwarts, more like something a Bond villain would keep as a pet. The letter was written on expensive parchment in elegant script. Dear Mr. Potter, my name is Marcus Crane, and I represent the Guild of Curse Keepers, an organization dedicated to the management and treatment of hereditary blood maledictions throughout the wizarding world. We have provided aid and comfort to cursed families for over 4 centuries. It has come to our attention that you possess certain unique abilities that overlap with our area of expertise. We would very much like to discuss a potential partnership. Our resources and experience could help you deploy your gifts effectively, while your abilities could significantly advance our mission of curse management. I will be in London this week and would welcome the opportunity to meet. Perhaps tea at the Leaky Cauldron on Thursday, say 3 o'clock. I look forward to your response. Warmest regards, Marcus Crane, Master of the Guild of Curse Keepers. Harry read the letter 3 times. Management and treatment. Not cure. Not breaking. Management, treatment. He thought about what Dumbledore had said. There will be those who want to ensure no one else can have what you're offering. Those people are the most dangerous of all. The Curse Keepers Guild had been managing blood curses for 4 centuries, keeping them alive, keeping families dependent on their treatments, generation after generation of suffering, carefully maintained. And now Harry could cure those curses. Permanently. He could put them out of business. Harry set the letter down and looked at the black owl, still waiting on his windowsill. Tell your master I'll think about it, he said. The owl hooted once and flew off into the darkness. Harry watched it go, his mind already racing. This was what Dumbledore had warned him about. The people who profited from curses, who wouldn't want them broken. The people who would see Harry as a threat. He'd known there would be enemies. He'd expected opposition. He just hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly. Sleep didn't come that night. Harry spent the dark hours pacing his room, thinking through the implications of Crane's letter. The guild had resources, influence, centuries of accumulated knowledge about blood curses. They also had centuries of accumulated wealth from families who paid handsomely for their treatments. He was threatening all of that simply by existing. By the time dawn crept through his windows, Harry had a plan. Not a complete one. He was still missing too many pieces, but the outline of something. He needed information about the guild. Their structure, their methods, their weaknesses. He needed allies who knew the pureblood political landscape. He needed to move fast, before Crane realized that Harry wasn't going to play nice, and he needed to figure out how to protect the people he was already committed to helping. Daphne, Fleur, Tonks, Sulai. They were targets now too, whether they knew it or not. Anyone connected to Harry was going to attract the guild's attention. Harry pulled out fresh parchment and started writing. The first letter went to Dumbledore, requesting everything the Order of the Phoenix knew about the Curse Keepers Guild. The second went to Gringotts, asking for detailed financial records on guild, affiliated families and businesses. The goblins would charge him a fortune for it, but money was one thing he had in abundance. The third went to Daphne, asking if the Greengrass family had any history with the guild. And the fourth went to Marcus Crane. Mr. Crane, thank you for your letter. I'm always interested in meeting people who work with cursed families. Thursday at 3 works perfectly. I'll see you at the Leaky Cauldron. Best, Harry Potter, keep your enemies close, he thought as he sealed the envelope. Let them think you're knave. Let them underestimate you. Then strike first. The owl carrying Crane's response disappeared into the morning light, and Harry finally allowed himself to smile. The game had officially begun. Chapter 2. The Delacour Fury, Fleur Delacour, kicked his front door open at 7 in the morning. Harry had been in the kitchen. Halfway through a cup of tea that Creature had grudgingly prepared, when the bang echoed through the house. He was on his feet with his wand drawn, before the sound finished reverberating. Moving through the hallway in the defensive crouch that Moody had drilled into him last summer. Fleur stood in the entrance hall, silver hair wild around her face, her wand out and crackling with barely contained magic. The Vila shimmer around her wasn't the subtle allure he'd seen yesterday. It was something rawer, angrier, heat distortion rolling off her skin in visible waves. You, she snarled, are going to explain yourself. Now? Explain what? Harry kept his wand up but didn't point it directly at her. And maybe don't destroy my door next time. There's a knocker. I do not care about your door. She stalked toward him, and the temperature in the hallway rose by several degrees. I care about Z letter I received this morning. From Z Curse, Keeper's Guild. Telling me that my family's treatment will be reviewed. Because of my association with persons of interest. Harry's stomach dropped. They contacted you already. Z contacted me. Z contacted my phaser. Z contacted my mother, who is currently having a breakdown because she thinks I have ruined everything. Fleur's eyes were blazing, and not in a figurative sense. There was actual fire flickering in her irises. What did you do? I didn't do anything. I got a letter from someone named Marcus Crane last night, asking for a meeting. I agreed to meet him on Thursday. Harry lowered his wand slowly, showing empty hands. That's it. That's all I've done. Then why are Zays reasoning my family? Because they're scared. Harry moved past her toward the drawing room, trusting her to follow. She did, still radiating heat. Think about it. I can cure curses permanently. That means I can put them out of business. They're not going to wait for me to actually do something. They're going to try to isolate me first. Cut me off from potential allies. Fleur stopped in the doorway, some of the fury in her expression shifting to calculation. They are targeting everyone you've contacted. Probably. Yeah. Harry dropped onto the nearest couch. I should have warned you. I didn't think they'd move this fast. You should have told us last night that you had received such a letter. You're right, I should have. He met her eyes directly. I'm sorry. I'm used to handling threats on my own. I didn't think about how it would affect everyone else. The fire in her eyes dimmed slightly. Not forgiveness, but something close to acknowledgement. This is not acceptable. You cannot make decisions that affect us without telling us. Agreed. From now on, full transparency. Harry gestured to the chair across from him. Sit down. Tell me exactly what the guild's letter said. Fleur hesitated for a moment, then crossed to the chair and sat. The temperature in the room began returning to normal. Zay said that my family's treatment plan was under review due to new circumstances. Z said Zay could not guarantee continued service if those circumstances were not resolved. Resolved meaning what? Z did not specify, but the implication was clear. Her jaw tightened. Zay want me to stay away from you, and if you don't, then Zay stop treating my mother, and my grandmother, And my younger sister, who has not yet shown symptoms but carries Z bloodline. Fleur's hands had clenched into fists. They are holding my entire family hostage. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing. The guild wasn't subtle, and they weren't playing nice. They'd gone straight for the throat. What does the treatment actually involve? He asked. What have they been doing for your family? Monthly potions. Rituals every solstice. Supposedly they slow Z progression of Z curse. Fleur's voice was bitter. My grandmother has been receiving treatment for 40 years. Just slowly. Do the treatments actually work? I do not know. They tell us they do. But there is no way to verify. We cannot stop taking them to see what happens. She laughed, sharp and humorless. That is the trap, isn't it? We have no choice but to trust them. Until now. Fleur looked at him. The anger was still there, but underneath it was something else. Hope maybe. Fear, definitely. You are serious about this, about curing us? Dead serious. Harry leaned forward. But I need time. I need to understand how the bond works, what the risks are, whether there are side effects. I'm not going to rush into this and accidentally hurt someone. And in the meantime, while you are being cautious, the guild is destroying my family's livelihood. In the meantime, we fight back. Harry stood up, pacing. They think they can scare you into abandoning me. So we do the opposite. We go public. We announce to everyone that I can cure blood curses, that the guild has been keeping people sick for profit, that there's finally an alternative. They will deny it. Z have centuries of reputation. And I have something better. I have results. Once I cure someone, once I prove it worse, their reputation won't mean anything. Harry stopped pacing, turning to face her. That's why they're moving so fast. They know that if I actually start curing people, they're finished. Fleur studied him for a long moment. You've thought about Ziz. I was up all night thinking about it. Good. She rose from her chair, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Then we are allies in Ziz. Not just whatever you called it yesterday. Candidates for evaluation. Partners, Harry said. That's what I called it. Partners. She tested the word. I can accept that. For now. Her expression sharpened. But I want to be involved in everything. Every plan, every decision. I will not sit on the sidelines while others decide my fate. Wouldn't dream of it. Harry held out his hand. Deal. Fleur looked at his hand, then at his face. Then, slowly, she shook it. Her skin was still warm but not burning anymore. Deal. The front door banged again, someone else kicking it rather than knocking. Is that going to be a regular zing? Fleur asked dryly. Apparently. Harry was already heading for the entrance hall, wand in hand. Stay here. I will not. Fine. Stay behind me. Then. But the person in the entrance hall wasn't a threat. It was Tunks, looking frantic, her hair shifting through colors so fast it was making Harry dizzy. They contacted you too, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Not me. My mum. Tunks's voice was strained. She got a letter this morning saying her desound status was being reviewed by several pure-blood families due to new associations. They're threatening to have her listed as a blood traitor in the official registries. What does that mean practically? That means she loses access to magical healing facilities that still honored old bloodline protocols. It means her business gets blacklisted by half her clients. It means Tunks stopped, visibly trying to control herself. Her form flickered, her face shifting slightly before snapping back. It means they're going to destroy her life because I had dinner with you. It's the guild. Fleur said from behind Harry. They are targeting all of us. Tunks looked at Fleur, then back at Harry. What do we do? Before Harry could answer, an owl swooped through the still open front door. Not the black owl from last night, but an ordinary brown post owl. It dropped a letter on Harry's head and flew away without waiting for a response. The letter was from Daphne. Potter, the guild just threatened to reveal my family's curse publicly if I continue pursuing inappropriate alliances. They've never threatened exposure before. Something has changed. I'm coming over. Don't bother arguing. D. Greengrass. Well, Harry said, folding the letter. Looks like we're having a meeting. Su Lai arrived before Daphne, appearing at the back door with a written note that simply said, "My family received a letter. I assume you did too." By the time Daphne flew in 15 minutes later, Harry had arranged everyone in the drawing room with tea and a rough plan forming in his head. Creature was sulking in the corner, muttering about too many guests, but at least he'd stopped actively insulting people. Right? Harry said once Daphne had settled. We've all been threatened. The guild is trying to isolate me by going after everyone I've contacted, so let's talk about how we fight back. We cannot fight them directly, Daphne said immediately. They have too much influence. Half the Wisingamot has family members receiving their treatments. The moment we attack them openly, we lose. I'm not suggesting we attack them openly. I'm suggesting we make them attack us first, publicly, where everyone can see. Harry started pacing. Right now they're operating in shadows. Private letters, quiet threats. But if we force them into the open, make them defend their actions in front of the entire wizarding world, they will look like bullies. Fleur finished, attacking children to protect their business. Exactly. Tunks frowned. How do we force them into the open? We hold a quest conference. Harry stopped pacing. Tomorrow, we announce that I've discovered an ability to cure blood curses, that I'm currently working with several families to verify this ability, and that the Curse Keepers Guild has responded by threatening those families. That's insane, Daphne said flatly. You're handing them a target. They'll have legal countermeasures prepared within hours. Let them. Harry's voice was hard. Every countermeasure they deploy is another action in public view, another chance for people to see what they really are. Su Lai held up her notebook. The Prophet is owned by people who benefit from a current system. They'll spin the story against us. Then we don't use the Prophet. We use the Quibbler. Harry smiled slightly at their confused sweatses. Luna Lovegood's father runs it. He's not afraid to print stories the mainstream media won't touch. And Luna owes me a favor from last year. The Quibbler is considered a joke, Fleur pointed out, by the establishment. Like people who cluss a clufflet. But there are a lot of witches and wizards out there who don't trust either. People who've been hurt by the system, ignored by the media, abandoned by the families that were supposed to protect them. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. Those are the people we need. Not the Wisingamot, not the pureblood elite. Regular people who've been suffering under these curses for generations and never had any hope of a cure. The room was quiet for a moment. It could work, Tonks said slowly. If we frame it right, make it about hope instead of conflict. Hope and accountability, Harry agreed. We're offering something good, and the guild is trying to stop us. That's a story people will respond to. Daphne was still frowning, but her expression had shifted from dismissive to calculating. The timing would need to be precise. We'd need to get ahead of whatever the guild is planning for Thursday, your meeting with Crane. I'm still going to that meeting. What? Why? Because I want to look him in the eyes. Harry's voice was calm, but there was something cold underneath it. I want to see who I'm dealing with, and I want him to underestimate me. You're gambling? I'm always gambling. The trick is making sure the odds are in my favor. Harry turned to address all of them. Here's what I'm thinking. Tomorrow morning, we contact the Quibbler and set up an interview for afternoon. We give them the whole story, the curse, breaking ability, the families I'm working with, the guild's threats. Wednesday, the story goes public. Thursday, I walk into that meeting with Crane knowing that everyone already knows what he's trying to do. And what do? Tonks asked. You come with me. All of you. Harry looked around the room. I told Crane I'd meet him at the Leaky Cauldron. I didn't say I'd come alone. Fleur actually laughed, a sharp, surprised sound. You want us to sit there while you negotiate with Z-Man, who is threatening our families. I want you so we whistle. I want him to know that he didn't succeed in scaring you away. And I want him to see that I'm not some knave kid he can manipulate. Harry's jaw set. He expects me to be alone, vulnerable. Easy to push around. He's going to be very disappointed. This is either brilliant or suicidal, Daphne said. Bit of both, probably. Sully wrote something and held it up with a slight smile. I'm starting to understand why you survived fighting you. No, who 4 times? 5, Harry corrected. But who's counting? The rest of the morning was spent on logistics. Tonks volunteered to handle security for the press conference. She might be on leave from the Aurors, but she still had contacts and training. Daphne took charge of legal preparation, drafting statements they could use if the guild tried to claim defamation. Fleur agreed to reach out to her father, who apparently had connections in the French magical government that might prove useful. And Sully started compiling research. She'd brought a bag full of materials with her old books, copied documents, scraps of information she'd been gathering for months. Her family's curse had made her obsessive about understanding blood magic, and it turned out she knew more about the guild's history than anyone else in the room. These are guild treatment records from the Liff family going back 5 generations. She wrote on a fresh page, laying out yellowed papers on the drawing room table. Notice anything? Harry studied the documents. Names, dates, dosages, frequencies. The handwriting changed over the years, but the format stayed consistent. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to be seeing. Then Daphne, reading over his shoulder, sucked in a sharp breath. The treatment plans are identical. What? Look. Daphne pointed at the records. Your great-great-grandmother. Your great-grandmother. Your grandmother. The same potions, the same rituals, the same frequencies. Exactly the same. Sully nodded, writing quickly. Curses evolve. Each generation manifests slightly differently. An effective treatment should change accordingly. These don't. They're not actually treating anything, Harry said slowly. They're just maintaining. Keeping the curse stable enough that people don't die immediately, unstable enough that they keep paying. Fleur swore in French. 4 centuries. They have been running this scheme for 4 centuries, at least. Sully wrote another line. My family has paid them over 2 million galleons total. For nothing. The number hung in the air. 2 million galleons from one family. And there were hundreds of cursed families worldwide. Harry did the math in his head and felt slightly sick. We need to include this in the press conference, he said. Not just our story, the pattern. Show people that the guild has never actually cured anyone ever. That they've been farming suffering for profit. Do you have proof? Daphne asked. Sully pulled out another stack of documents. I have suggestions. Treatment records are supposed to be confidential, but the Lee family kept our own copies. Other families might have done the same. The Greengrass records are in our family vault, Daphne said slowly. I could access them tonight, and I can ask my grandmother about Z Delacour records. Fleur added, my mum probably has the Black family treatment history, Tonks offered. Well, not Black, she was disowned. But the Tonks sighed. We've been paying them for my condition since I was 11. Harry looked around at them, at these 4 women he'd known for less than 2 days, who were already pulling together to fight a common enemy. Something shifted in his chest. This was what he'd wanted, he realized. Not just people to save, but people to stand beside. All right, he said. Tonight, everyone gathers whatever records they can find. Tomorrow morning, we organize it into a presentation. Tomorrow afternoon, we talk to the Quibbler. He paused. And if anyone wants to back out, if this is moving too fast, now's the time to say so. Nobody moved. Good. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Then let's go to war. Lunch was less chaotic than the previous night's dinner. Mostly because everyone was too focused on planning to cause accidents. Creature had warmed up slightly to the concept of guests, or at least to the concept of cooking for a larger audience, and produced a spread that was significantly more elaborate than anything he'd made for Harry alone. Your elf is talented, Daphne observed, trying a pastry that seemed to involve 17 different layers. He's also extremely difficult. But yeah, he can cook. Harry watched Creature preen at the compliment. He just usually doesn't bother unless there's someone around to appreciate it. So you have been eating badly, Fleur said. It wasn't a question. I've been eating fine. Toast is food. Toast is not food. Toast is what you eat when you've given up on life. I eat other things too. Sometimes there's cheese on the toast. Fleur made a sound of pure disgust. Tonks snorted into her drink. Even Sully looked amused, though she hid it behind her notebook. You need someone to take care of you, Daphne said, and then immediately looked like she wanted to take the words back. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are you volunteering? I know. That's not what I meant. A faint flush crept up her cheeks. I merely meant that you obviously don't have adequate domestic arrangements. Relax. I'm joking. Harry took another bite of pastry. But you're not wrong. Living alone isn't great for me. I tend to get in my head too much, stop taking care of basic stuff. He shrugged. Another reason I wanted to do this, the evaluation thing. Having people around might actually be good for me. Even people who are only here because they need some amazing from you. Fleur asked. There was an edge to the question, like she was testing something. Everyone needs something from everyone. That's how relationships work. Harry met her eyes. The question is whether you want anything besides the cure. Whether you're willing to put in effort even after you don't have to. And if we are not, then I help you anyway, because that's the right thing to do, and afterward we go our separate ways. Harry's voice was matter of fact. The blood bond is permanent, but it doesn't force us to be around each other. If someone wants to take the cure and walk away, I'm not going to stop them. That's very generous, Daphne said carefully. It's realistic. I'm not naive enough to think everyone is going to fall in love with me just because I can fix their blood magic problem. Harry smiled slightly. But I'm also not cynical enough to assume no one will. Some of you might actually like me once you get to know me. Stranger things have happened. Sully held up her notebook. You undersell yourself. You're interesting. Thanks, I try. Also wetless liquid. And apparently terrible at feeding yourself. But interesting. I'll take it. The conversation drifted after that, plus a light subsets. Tonks told stories about aura training. Fleur described the differences between British and French magical culture. Daphne reluctantly admitted that she'd been a fan of Harry's Quidditch playing back in third year. Before the tournament changed everything, and Harry found himself relaxing bit by bit in a way he hadn't since Sirius died. These weren't friends, exactly. Not yet, but they were something. Potential, maybe. The beginning of something that could grow. He just had to make sure they all survived long enough to see where it went. The first attack came at 4 in the afternoon. Harry was in the kitchen, helping Creature clean up from lunch, or rather, trying to help while Creature insisted he was doing everything wrong, when the wards screamed. The sound was like nothing Harry had ever heard, a high, keening wail that seemed to resonate in his bones. He dropped the plate he was holding and ran for the entrance hall, wand already in his hand. Tonks met him in the corridor, her hair bright red and her expression hard. Breach attempt. Back garden, multiple signatures. The others? Drawing room. Daphne's got wards up. Harry nodded and moved toward the back of the house, Tonks falling in beside him. Through the grimy windows, he could see figures in the garden, 3 of them, wearing dark robes with hoods pulled up, moving in formation toward the house. "They're testing the wards," Tonks murmured, not trying to break through yet, just probing. "How long until they find a weakness? These are black family wards, some of the nastiest in Britain, but if they know what they're doing," she grimaced. "Hours, maybe. Less if they have a curse breaker." Harry watched the figures for a moment longer, thinking. Direct attack wasn't the guild's style. Crane had sent a polite letter, not assassins. Which meant either something had changed, or these weren't guild operatives. "Cover me," he said, and before Tonks could object, he threw open the back door and stepped into the garden. The 3 figures froze. Harry said, wand held loosely at his side. "Can I help you with something?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then the middle figure pushed back their hood, revealing a thin-faced woman with graying hair and sharp, calculating eyes. "Mr. Potter," she said. Her voice was crisp, professional. "We weren't expecting you to come out." "Wasn't expecting 3 people in dark robes to attack my garden. Funny how life surprises us." Harry didn't move. "You're not guild. Their people would be better dressed." "So who are you?" The woman's expression flickered. Surprise, maybe, that he'd figured it out so quickly. "We're independent contractors, hired to assess your security." "By whom?" "That's confidential." "No." "See, that's not how this works." Harry raised his wand slightly. "You're on my property, testing my wards, and you want to keep secrets. I could have you arrested. Or I could just let the wards do what they're designed to do." He smiled, and there was no warmth in it. "You know what they used to do to trespassers in the Black family?" One of the other figures, a young man, barely older than Harry himself, shifted nervously. "Not yet." Harry's voice was sharp. "I want a name. Who hired you?" The woman's jaw tightened. She glanced at her companions, seemed to do some kind of calculation, then sighed. "Mulciber. He didn't give a first name. Paid in advance, told us to gather information about your defenses and report back." Mulciber. Harry knew that name. Death Eater family. Most of them were in Azkaban. But there were always stragglers. What kind of information? Entry points. Ward weaknesses. The number of people in the house. Her voice had gone flat, resigned. He wanted to know how hard it would be to get to you. "And you didn't think to ask why?" "We don't ask why. That's not the job." Harry studied her for a long moment. Behind him, he could hear Tonks shifting, ready to act if things went sideways. The two figures flanking the woman were tense, hands near their wands but not drawing. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry said finally. "You're going to leave. You're going to go back to Mulciber and tell him that I'm well protected and not worth the trouble. And then you're going to forget you ever took this job. And if we don't, then I report you to the Aurors for attempted ward breach, and you spend the next few years in a holding cell while the Ministry figures out what to charge you with." Harry's smile turned colder. "Or I handle it myself, and you spend the next few years in St. Mungo's. Your choice." The woman stared at him. Whatever she saw in his face must have convinced her he wasn't bluffing, because she nodded once. "We'll leave. We'll deliver your message." "Good." The three figures apparated away with soft pops, leaving Harry alone in the garden. He stood there for a moment longer, adrenaline still pumping through his system, then turned and walked back inside. Tunks was waiting by the door, looking at Wes. That was bold. That was necessary. Harry closed and locked the door behind him. "Mulciber. That's Death Eater connected. Which means the guild isn't the only one interested in me. You think the remaining Death Eaters want to kidnap you? Use your blood for something, maybe. Or they just want me dead because I'm Harry Potter, and that's enough reason for them." Harry rubbed his face tiredly. "We need to increase security, and I need to send some letters." "To who?" "Kingsley, Moody, Dumbledore." Harry started walking toward the drawing room. "If the Death Eaters are making moves, the Order needs to know about it." The next few hours were tense. Harry briefed the others on what had happened, which led to a heated argument about whether they should stay at Grimmauld Place at all. Fleur wanted to relocate to a more secure location. Daphne pointed out that the Black family wards were some of the strongest in the country. Tonks suggested bringing in additional Aurors. Sully simply wrote that running away would make them look weak. In the end, they compromised. Everyone would stay at Grimmauld Place for the time being, but with increased vigilance. Tonks would set up additional perimeter alarms. Daphne would reinforce the existing wards with some Greengrass family protections she'd learned from her father, and they would all start carrying emergency portkeys just in case. Dumbledore arrived at 7 looking grave. "Mulciber," he repeated after Harry had explained. "Edgar Mulciber, most likely. He's the only one of that family not currently in custody. A minor player during the First War, but ambitious. If he's targeting you now..." "That could be a coincidence," Harry said. "Nothing to do with the blood thing. Just Death Eater grudge stuff." "It could be." Dumbledore didn't sound convinced. "But the timing is suspicious. You discover you can cure blood curses, and suddenly independent contractors are testing your defenses. You think Mulciber is connected to the guild?" "I think the guild has resources and connections we don't fully understand. It wouldn't surprise me if they've cultivated relationships with various unsavory elements over the centuries." Dumbledore's eyes were serious behind his glasses. "Be careful, Harry. This situation is more complex than it appears." "When is it ever not?" Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly. "A fair point. I'll have Order members increase patrols around your area. And I'll reach out to some contacts about Mulciber's recent activities." "Thanks." Harry hesitated. "Dumbledore, about the press conference tomorrow. The plan to go public." "Yes, I heard from Minerva. It's a risky strategy. Do you think it's the wrong move?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, considering. "I think you're walking a very fine line. The guild has survived for centuries by being subtle, by making themselves seem indispensable. If you attack them directly, they'll fight back, and they have resources you can't match. So I should stay quiet? Let them control the narrative. I didn't say that. Dumbledore met his eyes. I said it's risky. But sometimes risk is necessary. Sometimes the only way to fight entrenched power is to expose it to light. He paused. Just be prepared for the consequences. Once this story goes public, there's no taking it back. I know. Good. Dumbledore rose to leave, then hesitated. Harry, the young women staying with you. You're certain you can trust them? Harry thought about Fleur kicking down his door in fury, about Tonks running toward danger without hesitation, about Daphne's carefully controlled exterior and the desperation underneath, about Sully's quiet intelligence and the years of research she'd shared. I'm getting there, he said. That's the whole point. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then I wish you luck. All of you. He disappeared into the flue, and Harry was left alone with his thoughts. Evening, while Alex kept it quiet. The press conference planning was done. The security measures were in place. Letters had been sent. There was nothing left to do but wait for tomorrow. Harry found himself on the roof of Grimmauld Place. There was a narrow widow's walk accessible through a cramped attic window, and he discovered it during his first week alone in the house. The night air was cool, and he could see London spreading out below him, lights glittering in the darkness. He wasn't surprised when Fleur appeared behind him. You should not be up here alone, she said, settling onto the widow's walk beside him. After what happened today, the wards extend above the house. I'm safe. Still. She was quiet for a moment, staring out at the city. What you did today with the attackers. That was dangerous. That was effective. That was stupid. There was no heat in her voice, just observation. You walked out to face 3 unknown wizards without backup, without knowing their intentions. They could have killed you. They wouldn't have gotten through my shields fast enough. You do not know that. I had a pretty good idea. Harry shrugged. Sometimes you have to take risks. There is a difference between taking risks and being reckless. Fleur turned to face him. In the moonlight, her vela features were even more pronounced. The sharp cheekbones, the silver hair, the faint luminescence that seemed to cling to her skin. You are the only person in the world who can cure blood curses. If you die, we all die. Do you understand that? Yeah, I get it. Then act like it. Her voice was fierce. I did not survive 20 years of Ziz curse to watch my only ope get himself killed because he wanted to look brave. Harry met her eyes. Is that what you think I was doing? Showing off? I think you do not value your own life enough. I think you are so used to danger that you no longer feel it properly. Fleur's gaze was searingly direct. I recognize it because I have the same problem. When you know you are dying, everything else seems less frightening by comparison. They sat in silence for a while after that, watching the city lights. I'm sorry, Harry said finally. You're right. I wasn't thinking about what it would mean for everyone else if something happened to me. I'll be more careful. See that you are. But some of the tension had left her voice. We are supposed to be partners, yes. That means we protect each other, even from ourselves. Even from ourselves, Harry agreed. Fleur nodded, apparently satisfied. She didn't move to leave, though. Instead, she tilted her head back, looking up at the stars. They are different here, she said. The stars, in France, they seem closer. That's because London has too much light pollution. You should see them from Hogwarts. I have seen them from Hogwarts. A complicated expression crossed her face. That was not a good time for me. No, me neither, Cedric Diggory. Her voice was soft. He was kind to me during the tournament. When Ozers treated me like what I am, he was polite, respectful. Harry's throat tightened. He was a good person. Yes, he was. Fleur was quiet for a moment. One died, I thought it was unfair. That someone so good should die so young. But then I remembered that I am also going to die young. And so is everyone I love who carries this curse. And fairness has nothing to do with anything. That's pretty bleak. It is honest. She turned to look at him again. But you give me hope. For the first time since I understood what the curse meant, I've hope, and I do not know what to do with it. What do you mean? I mean that I've built my entire life around the expectation of dying young. My choices, my plans, my relationships, all of them have been shaped by that reality. And now, suddenly, there is a chance that I might live. Her voice whet slightly. I do not know who I am if I am not dying. Harry reached out and took her hand. It was an impulsive gesture, not something he'd planned, but it felt right. Her skin was warm against his. Then figure it out, he said. You have time now. Maybe not guaranteed time, but more than you had before. Use it. Fleur looked down at their joined hands, then back at his face. Something shifted in her expression, some wall coming down, some defense lowering. You are very strange, Harry Potter, she said. So I keep hearing. It is not an insult. She squeezed his hand once, then released it and stood. We should go inside. Tomorrow will be difficult. Yeah, Harry stood too. Fleur, for what it's worth, I'm glad you kicked my door down this morning. She almost smiled. So am I. Harry found Tonks in the kitchen at midnight, eating leftover pastries and staring at the wall. Couldn't sleep, he asked, grabbing his own pastry and dropping into the chair across from her. Can't turn it off. She gestured at her face. As he watched, her nose shifted slightly, then her cheekbones, then her hair color flickered from brown to auburn and back. It's getting worse. The involuntary stuff. Does it hurt? Not exactly. It's more like itching. Inside my skin. Like my body doesn't know what shape it's supposed to be. She took another bite of pastry. The healers say it's the curse fighting against my natural form. Eventually it'll win, and I'll be stuck shifting randomly until my magic burns out. How long? A year maybe. 2 if I'm lucky. She said it matter-of-factly, like she was discussing the weather. I've been preparing. Getting my affairs in order. Writing letters to people I won't get to say goodbye to. Harry's chest ached. Tonks, don't. Her voice was firm. I didn't tell you so you'd feel sorry for me. I told you because I want you to understand what this means. What you're offering. I understand. Do you? She met his eyes, and her face shifted again. For a moment, she looked startlingly like Harry himself, then like a woman he didn't recognize, then back to her usual features. You're not just curing curses. You're giving people their lives back. You're giving us futures we never thought we'd have. That's the idea. It's terrifying. Harry blinked. What? The future. Having one. Tonks laughed. But there was no humor in it. I know that sounds mad. But when you know you're going to die young, you make certain choices. You take risks because why not? You don't build anything permanent because you won't be around to maintain it. And then suddenly someone comes along and says, actually, maybe you won't die after all, and you realize, her voice broke. You realize you've wasted so much time. So many opportunities you didn't take because you figured there was no point. You haven't wasted anything. You became an Auror. You joined the Order. You've done more good by your age than most people do in their whole lives. Yeah, maybe. Tonks was quiet for a moment. I just keep thinking about all the things I didn't do. Relationships I didn't pursue. because I didn't want to leave someone grieving. Places I didn't visit, because I figured I'd never have time. A whole life I didn't let myself want. Well, Harry reached across the table and covered her hand with his. Now you can want it. Tonks looked at him. Really looked, her shifting features settling into something close to stability. You're a good person, Harry. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever the guild throws at us, I want you to know that. You're giving people hope, and that matters. I'm trying. You're succeeding. She squeezed his hand. I should try to sleep. Big day tomorrow. Yeah. Get some rest. She paused at the doorway. Harry? Yeah. Thanks. For listening. Then she was gone, and Harry was alone with the silence, and the leftover pastries and the weight of everything that was coming. The morning of the press conference dawned gray and overcast, which felt appropriate. Harry was up before dawn, going over his notes one at a time. The Quibbler had agreed to send a reporter, not Luna, unfortunately, but a young wizard named Cadwallader who Xenophilius Lovegood had personally vouched for. The interview was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon, giving them time to prepare. Daphne arrived at breakfast with the Greengrass family treatment records. 3 generations of documentation that showed the same suspicious patterns Sue Lee had identified. Fleur brought letters from her grandmother, detailing decades of guild treatments that had done nothing to slow the Vila curse. Tonks had her own records, plus an account from her mother about the Black family's long history with the guild. This is good, Harry said, sweating the documents across the dining room table. Really good. Cadwallader is going to have plenty to work with. Assuming believes us, Fleur said. Zegilda's centuries of credibility. We have accusations. We have evidence. That's better, is it? Most people do not well as carefully. They read headlines. Then we make sure the headline is good. Harry looked around at all of them. We need to be clear about what we're offering. A genuine cure versus centuries of fake treatments. Hope versus exploitation. Light versus darkness. Sulai held up her notebook. That's very dramatic. It's marketing. Same thing. Harry checked his watch. We've got 6 hours until Cadwallader arrives. Anything else we need to prepare? I have a concern, Daphne said. She'd been quieter than usual all morning, her expression more tightly controlled. About my sister. What about her? She's at home. With my mother. And the guild knows our family is connected to you. Daphne's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the tension in her shoulders. If they decide to escalate, if they go after her to get to me, can you bring her here? And your mother? Daphne hesitated. My mother she isn't well. The stress of my father's death, the knowledge of Astoria's condition. She's barely functional most days. Bringing her to a strange place would make things worse. Then I'll go to her. Harry made the decision without hesitation. After the interview, I'll come to your family estate and set up protections. Make sure they're safe. You would do that? Yeah, of course. Something flickered across Daphne's face, surprise maybe, or gratitude. Whatever it was, she suppressed it quickly. Thank you. Don't mention it. The flue flared green, and Dumbledore stepped through, looking unusually harried. Harry, I'm glad I caught you before the interview. What's wrong? The guild has filed an injunction with the Wisingamot. They're attempting to prevent you from publicly discussing blood curse treatments, citing medical confidentiality and public safety concerns. Harry felt his jaw tighten. Can they do that? They're trying. The hearing is scheduled for this morning, in about 2 hours, actually. Dumbledore's expression was grim. I suspect they intended to catch you off guard, prevent you from attending. I'll attend. Harry, I'll attend. His voice was flat. If they want to have this fight in public, we'll have it in public. That's the whole point. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Very well, I'll accompany you. Minerva is already at the ministry, gathering what support she can. Good. Harry turned to the others. Change of plans. The interview moves to this evening. Alta Quibla. In the meantime, I need to go convince a bunch of old wizards that they can't shut me up. We're coming with you, Tonks said immediately. No, I need you here, keeping the house secure. If the guild is filing injunctions, they might be planning something else at the same time. Harry, please. He met her eyes. I'll be fine. Dumbledore will be with me. But I need to know that this place, that all of you, are safe while I'm gone. Tonks looked like she wanted to argue, but she nodded. All right. But if you're not back by noon, I'm coming after you. Deal. The Ministry of Magic was chaotic as usual, but there was an extra tension in the air that Harry noticed immediately. People were staring at him, more than usual, and with expressions that ranged from curious to hostile. Word had gotten out. The guild has been busy, Dumbledore murmured as they made their way toward the Wizengamot chambers. It seems they've been spreading their version of events. What version is that? That you're a confused young man making dangerous claims about abilities you don't actually possess. That you're being manipulated by cursed families who are desperate for any hope, however false. Dumbledore's voice was mild, but Harry could hear the steel underneath. They've been quite thorough. Great. The Wizengamot chamber was already half full when they arrived. Elderly witches and wizards in plum, colored robes settling into their seats. At the front of the room, behind a raised bench, sat Chief Warlock Odin, an ancient wizard who looked like he'd seen every possible political maneuver and been bored by most of them. And beside the bench, standing with the easy confidence of someone who knew he was winning, was Marcus Crane. He was younger than Harry had expected, maybe 40, with silver-streaked dark hair, and the kind of face that probably looked trustworthy to most people. His robes were expensive but understated, his posture relaxed. He noticed Harry entering and smiled. It was the smile of a predator who'd spotted easy prey. Mr. Potter, he said smoothly, I wasn't expecting you to attend. I hope this doesn't interfere with your busy schedule of making impossible promises to desperate families. Sir. Crane. Harry kept his voice equally smooth. I wasn't expecting you to be so scared of a 16-year-old. I hope the injunction doesn't interfere with your busy schedule of exploiting vulnerable people for profit. A murmur ran through the chamber. Crane's smile flickered. Order, Odin said warily. We're here to discuss the guild's petition for a temporary restraining order against Mr. Potter. Mr. Crane, please present your case. Crane stepped forward, all practiced charm. Thank you, Chief Warlock. The Guild of Curse Keepers has served the wizarding community for over 400 years. We've provided essential medical services to hundreds of families suffering under blood maledictions. Services that require expertise, resources, and above all, responsible oversight. He paused, letting that sink in. In recent days, we've become aware that Mr. Potter has been claiming to possess abilities that would allow him to cure heraldry curses through blood magic. He's been approaching afflicted families directly, offering hope that we believe is cruelly false. Crane's voice dripped with concern. We're not here to attack a young man who may genuinely believe he can help. We're here to protect vulnerable families from being exploited by unverified claims. Interesting choice of words, Harry said, unable to help himself. Exploitation? Mr. Potter, You'll have your opportunity to speak, Ogden said. Crane continued, unruffled. The guild requests a temporary restraining order preventing Mr. Potter from publicly discussing blood curse treatments, courting afflicted families, or making any claims about his alleged abilities until a thorough investigation can be conducted by qualified medical experts. And I assume the guild would provide those experts. Dumbledore asked from beside Harry. We have the most extensive knowledge of blood curses in the wizarding world. It would only make sense. Convenient. Practical. Harry watched the Wisengamot members trying to read their expressions. Some looked sympathetic to Crane's argument. Others seemed skeptical. A few were studying Harry with obvious curiosity. Mr. Potter, Ogden said. Your response. Harry stepped forward. His heart was pounding, but he kept his voice steady. Chief Warlock, members of the Wisengamot, I'm not a politician or a healer. I'm a 16-year-old who found out 3 days ago that his blood can break Harry curses. I didn't ask for this ability. I didn't seek it out. But it's real, and I intend to use it. He pulled a scroll from his robes, the original Gringotts report. This is documentation from Gringotts confirming my blood's properties. The goblins have no reason to lie about this. In fact, they initially wanted to keep it quiet so they could exploit it themselves. A ripple of surprise went through the chamber. I've also been gathering evidence about the guild's practices over the past few days. Treatment records going back Zen, showing identical protocols used regardless of how the curses evolved. Financial records showing enormous payments for treatments that never actually cured anyone. Harry met Crane's eyes directly. The guild doesn't want me silenced because they're worried about false hope. They want me silenced because I'm threatening their business model. That's a serious accusation, Crane said, still smiling. Do you have proof? I have documentation. I have families willing to testify. And I have this. Harry pulled up his sleeve, revealing the pale skin of his inner forearm. I'm willing to demonstrate my abilities right here, right now. Let any member of this Wisengamot who carries a blood curse come forward, and I'll show you exactly what I can do. The chamber went silent. Ogden leaned forward. That's an unusual offer. It's a genuine one. Harry didn't blink. Mr. Crane says I'm making false claims. I say I'm telling the truth. There's a simple way to find out. The procedures required for blood bonding are complex. Crane interjected quickly. A public demonstration would be irresponsible, dangerous even. If something went wrong, then you have nothing to worry about, do you? If I'm lying, if I can't actually do what I say, then my demonstration will fail and you win. Harry's voice was hard. Unless you're not actually worried about me failing. Unless you're worried about me succeeding. The murmur that ran through the chamber this time was louder. Several Wisengamot members were leaning forward, clearly intrigued. Crane's smile had frozen in place. This is highly irregular. Yes or no, Mr. Crane? Harry pressed. Are you willing to let me prove my claims? Or are you going to keep hiding behind bureaucratic procedures while people die? That's enough. Ogden's voice cut through the tension. This hearing is to decide on a restraining order, not to conduct medical demonstrations. He looked between Harry and Crane, his expression unreadable. However, Mr. Potter raises a valid point. The simplest way to resolve this dispute is to verify his claimed abilities. Chief Warlock, Crane started. Therefore, I'm denying the guild's petition for a restraining order. Ogden's voice was firm. Instead, I'm ordering an independent investigation into Mr. Potter's abilities to be conducted by the Department of Mysteries within 30 days. Mr. Potter will refrain from performing any blood bonds during this period, but he is free to discuss his claims publicly. Harry's heart sank. 30 days. With the threats against the families, with Astoria's condition, with everything. Chief Warlock, with respect, some of the families I'm trying to help don't have 30 days. Ogden's expression softened slightly. I understand your concern, Mr. Potter, but we have procedures for a reason. The investigation will proceed as quickly as possible. And in the meantime, while your investigation is proceeding, people are suffering. People are dying. Harry heard his own voice rising and forced himself to calm down. I'm asking for permission to help those in immediate danger. Emergency cases only. With full documentation and oversight. Ogden considered this. Mr. Crane. Does the guild object? Crane's jaw was tight, but he'd recovered his composure. The guild objects to any procedure being performed without proper verification. However, he paused, clearly calculating. If Mr. Potter is willing to perform his alleged treatments under guild supervision, we would be willing to observe and document the results. I'd rather have observers I trust. The Department of Mysteries, or independent healers. The guild has the most expertise. The guild has the most to lose if I'm telling the truth. That's not objectivity, that's conflict of interest. Another murmur through the chamber. Several members were nodding. A compromise, then, Ogden said. Any emergency procedures will be observed by representatives from both the guild and the Department of Mysteries. Mr. Potter, does that satisfy your concerns? Harry thought about it. Having guild observers meant Crane would know exactly what he was doing, but it also meant everything would be documented by neutral parties. If the treatments worked, and he was increasingly how dark, the evidence would be undeniable. Acceptable, he said. Crane's smile had gone brittle. The guild agrees. Then we're adjourned. Ogden banged his gavel. Mr. Potter, I expect you to proceed carefully. The eyes of the wizarding world are on you. I know, Harry said. That's the point. The afternoon was a blur of activity. Harry sent word to the Quibbler postponing the interview until the following day. He wanted to be able to include the results of the Wisingamot hearing in the story. He briefed the others on what had happened. Fielded questions from ministry officials who wanted to clarify various points, and started making arrangements for the emergency treatments. Astoria Greengrass was first on the list. The Department of Mysteries is sending an observer tonight, Harry told Daphne. And the guild is sending someone too. I couldn't stop that. But we're going to do this properly, with full documentation, so no one can claim we faked anything. Daphne's composure cracked slightly. Tonight. You're going to help Astoria tonight, if she's willing. And if you're willing, Harry met her eyes. The blood bond is permanent, like we discussed. I'm not going to pressure anyone into this. She's dying, Harry. She's 14 years old and she's dying. Daphne's voice was thick. She'll be willing. Then we'll do it tonight. The preparations took hours. Harry had to review the bonding ritual with Lum, who had found several historical texts describing the procedure. It was simpler than Harry had expected, a series of spoken blows, an exchange of blood, and a pulse of combined magic that would seal the bond. The complicated part was making sure the bond integrated properly with the cursed person's magical core. The curse will fight back, Dumbledore warned. It won't want to be broken. You'll need to be strong, both of you, and the process may be painful. How painful? I don't know. No one has ever done this before. Comforting. The Greengrass estate was located in the rolling hills of Wiltshire, a sprawling manor house that had clearly seen better days. The gardens were overgrown, the stonework weathered, and the overall impression was of a family that had been too preoccupied with survival to worry about appearances. Daphne met Harry at the gates, along with the two observers, a severe-looking witch from the Department of Mysteries Lane Quaker, and a younger guild representative who introduced himself as Healer Pie. Neither of them looked happy to be there, but for different reasons. "Where's Astoria?" Harry asked as they walked toward the house. In her room, she wanted to get ready. Daphne's voice was carefully controlled. "She's nervous, excited, terrified. All of the above. That makes two of us." The manor's interior was warm despite its shabby exterior. There were signs of love everywhere. Little touches that showed someone cared, even if they couldn't afford to maintain everything properly. Family portraits lined the hallways, showing generations of greengrass witches and wizards, many of them marked with the same tired, resigned expression. They all knew. They'd all known they were dying. Astoria was waiting in a sitting room on the second floor, curled up in an armchair that dwarfed her small frame. She looked even younger than 14, thin, pale, with dark circles under her eyes that spoke to sleepless nights and a body that was slowly failing her. But when she saw Harry, she smiled, and there was nothing weak about it. "You're really him," she said. "The one who's going to fix me. I'm going to try." Harry knelt beside her chair, bringing himself to eye level. "I need you to understand something first. The bond we're going to create, it's permanent. You'll be connected to me for the rest of your life. You'll be able to sense some of what I'm feeling, and I'll be able to sense you. Is that okay?" "You mean I'll never be alone again?" The question was so simple, so genuine, that Harry felt his throat tighten. "Yeah, something like that. Then it's okay." Astoria's smile widened. "More than okay." The ritual itself was straightforward, just as Dumbledore had described. Harry and Astoria sat facing each other, their hands clasped, while Harry spoke the words of binding in a language older than Latin. He could feel the magic building between them, ancient and powerful, something that had existed long before wizards gave it names. When the moment came, he drew a silver knife across his palm and watched the blood well up, bright red, ordinary, looking nothing special about it. Astoria did the same with her own knife, wincing slightly, and they pressed their bleeding palms together. The magic surged. It was like nothing Harry had ever felt, a rush of power that wasn't quite his, a connection forming that went deeper than thought. He could feel Astoria's fear, her hope, her desperate longing to live. He could feel the curse, too, coiled in her blood like a serpent, ancient and malevolent and very, very angry. It didn't want to die. "Hold on," Harry gritted out, pushing his magic against the curse. It pushed back hard, and he felt Astoria gasp in pain beside him. "I know it hurts. Just hold on." The curse was strong, stronger than he'd expected, but Harry was stronger. He could feel his blood awakening, his magic spreading through Astoria's system, hunting down the corruption and burning it away. The curse thrashed and fought, trying to retreat, trying to hide, but there was nowhere to go. Harry showed no mercy. He pursued it through every vein, every cell, every dark corner where it had taken root. He burned it out with ruthless efficiency, ignoring its screaming, ignoring the way it tried to bargain and plead. This thing had killed generations of greengrass women. It had stolen decades from people who deserved to live. It was going to die. And then, finally, it did. The last thread of corruption dissolved under his assault, and Harry felt the bond snap into place, clean, pure, permanent. Astoria was breathing hard, tears streaming down her face, but her eyes were bright with something that hadn't been there before. Hope. Real, genuine, unshakable hope. "It's gone," she whispered. "I can feel it. It's actually gone." Daphne made a sound that might have been a sob, and then she was on her knees beside her sister, pulling her into a fierce embrace. The Department of Mysteries observer was writing furiously, her quill moving so fast it was smoking. The guild representative had gone very, very pale. Harry sat back exhausted but satisfied. One down. So many more to go. Chapter 3. Silent warning. Su Li was waiting for him when he got back to Grimold Place. Harry stumbled through the flue at nearly midnight, exhausted from the ritual with Astoria, and found her sitting in the drawing room with a cup of tea and a notebook full of fresh writing. She held up a page as he collapsed onto the couch across from her. "You look terrible." "Thanks." "Feel terrible too." Harry rubbed his eyes. The ritual worked, though. Astoria's curse is gone. Completely gone. Suli's expression shifted, something complicated moving behind her eyes. She wrote quickly. "How did it feel?" "Draining. Like wrestling a snake made of pure malice." Harry managed a tired smile. "Also satisfying. Really, genuinely satisfying." "Good." She paused, then wrote more. The others went to bed. Tunk set up a rotating watch schedule. Fleur took the first shift, but I told her I'd stay up anyway. "You didn't have to do that." "I wanted to." Another pause. "Also, I found something about the guild." Harry sat up straighter, fatigue momentarily forgotten. "What?" Su Li pulled a worn leather journal from beside her chair, something old, with faded Chinese characters stamped into the cover. She handed it to Harry along with a translated page. "My great-great-grandmother's diary. She was the first Li to receive guild treatment. I've been translating it for years. Tonight I found something I'd missed before." Harry looked at the translation. The handwriting was cramped and precise, and it took him a moment to parse the formal language. "The English healer came again today. He says the treatments will help, but I am not certain. Last night I dreamed of shadows eating my voice, and when I woke, I could not speak until noon. The healer seemed pleased by this. He said it meant the treatment was working. But his eyes told a different story. His eyes looked hungry." "Hungry," Harry repeated. "Keep reading." The next entry was dated 3 weeks later. "I have made a terrible discovery. The treatments do not slow the curse, they feed it. The potions contain traces of something dark, something that makes the shadows stronger. I confronted the healer, and he laughed. He said the Li family would pay for treatments for 1,000 years, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I tried to write to the authorities, but my hands refused to form the words. The curse has learned to protect itself. Or perhaps the guild has taught it to." Harry looked up at Su Li. Her face was carefully blank, but her hands were trembling slightly. "They've been strengthening the curses," he said. "Not just maintaining them, actually making them worse." Su Li nodded and wrote, "I suspected. Now I have proof. My ancestor tried to expose them and failed. The curse prevented her from writing anything that might hurt the guild. But you can write about it. The curse has weakened over generations. It knows I'm dying soon anyway. It doesn't see me as a threat." Her smile was bitter. "It's wrong." Harry stared at the journal, his mind racing. This wasn't just exploitation, it was active sabotage. The guild wasn't content to let curses run their natural course. They were engineering them to be more dependent on guild treatment, more resistant to natural recovery. "We need to include this in the Quibbler interview tomorrow," he said. "This is the smoking wand. There's more." Su Li held up another page. My great-grandmother mentioned something called the remnant. She said the healers spoke of it in whispers when they thought she wasn't listening. They said the curses all came from the same source, something ancient, something that was sleeping. They said the gill's sous purpose was to keep it fed. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Fed? Fed with what? She didn't know, but she wrote that the healers seemed afraid of it. Like it was real enough to hurt them if they failed. Harry thought about the curse he'd destroyed tonight, the way it had fought him, the way it had almost seemed intelligent. He'd assumed that was just magic being magic. But what if it was something more? What if the curses were connected to something bigger? We need more information, he said finally, about this remnant thing, about the guild's real history. I have ideas. Sully wrote quickly, her movements sharp with excitement. The guild keeps records. Centuries of records. If we could access them, break into guild headquarters. I was thinking something less dramatic. She almost smiled. The guild has a branch office in Diagon Alley. Much smaller, much less secure. If someone could get inside after hours, someone with aura training, maybe, or someone who can change their face. Tunks, of course. That's dangerous, Harry said. If she gets caught, everything we're doing is dangerous. The guild already threatened all of us. They're not going to stop just because we asked nicely. Sully's expression hardened. We need leverage. Real leverage. The kind that comes from knowing secrets they want to keep buried. Harry wanted to argue, but he couldn't. She was right. The guild had centuries of resources and influence. They had a 16-year-old with weird blood and a handful of desperate allies. If they were going to win this, they needed to fight smart. I'll talk to Tunks tomorrow, he said. See if she's willing. She will be. Sully gathered her materials and stood. Get some sleep. You look like death. Again, thanks. You're welcome. She paused at the doorway, then turned back and wrote one more thing. Harry, what you did tonight, saving Astoria, that was real. That mattered. Don't let the politics make you forget that. Then she was gone, and Harry was alone with the ancient journal and the weight of everything he'd learned. Morning brought chaos. The Quibbler interview was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon, but by 9 o'clock, owls were already flooding into Grimold Place. Word of Astoria's cure had spread. Harry didn't know how, probably the guild representative talking, and suddenly everyone wanted a piece of him. 17 interview requests from major publications. Daphne reported, sorting through the pile, including 3 from the Quafut, which I assume were declining. Definitely declining. Harry was trying to eat breakfast, while also reading through ministry correspondence. What else? 12 formal inquiries from cursed families asking about treatment. She paused. And 1 very angry letter from Marcus Crane threatening legal action for unauthorized medical procedures. The Wisingamot gave me permission for emergency cases. He's arguing that Astoria wasn't emergency enough. Daphne's voice was dry. Apparently a 14-year-old with 3 years to live doesn't meet his threshold. Fleur swept into the kitchen, fully dressed and looking like she hadn't slept. The guild has called an emergency meeting of Zir board of directors. They are going to try something. How do you know? I have sources. She didn't elaborate. They are scared, Harry. You hurt them badly last night. A cure that actually works. Whiz witnesses from Z Department of Mysteries. They cannot spin that away. Good. They should be scared. Tunks wandered in next, her hair a mess and her eyes bleary. Someone want to explain why there's a crowd of reporters outside the house. Word got out. Harry pushed a cup of tea toward her. About Astoria. Brilliant. I assume we're not talking to them. Not until the Quibbler interview this afternoon. We promised them an exclusive. Sulai appeared silently, as she always seemed to, and handed Tunks a note. Tunks read it, and her expression sharpened. You want me to break into the guild's Diagon Alley office tonight, while they're distracted by their emergency meeting. That's actually not the worst idea. Tunks looked at Harry. You're okay with this. I'm not okay with any of this. But we need information, and Sulai's right. We're not going to get it by asking nicely. All right. Tonks drained her tea in one gulp. I'll scope out the location this morning. Figure out the best entry point. She paused. I want someone on backup. In case things go sideways. I'll do it, Fleur said immediately. You're kind of distinctive. The whole Vila thing. I can conceal myself when necessary. Fleur's voice was cool. And I've experience with unofficial entries from my time at Gringotts. Tunks raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. Fine. Tonight then. After the interview. After the sun goes down. Harry looked around at all of them. These women who'd walked into his life 3 days ago and were now planning crimes on his behalf. It should have felt strange. Instead, it felt right. Be careful, he said. Both of you. Always, Tunk said, and her grin was almost convincing. The Quibbler reporter, Cadwallader, turned out to be a nervous young wizard with ink-stained fingers and an impressive ability to write while simultaneously asking questions. He arrived precisely at 2, set up his quick quotes quill, and immediately launched into the interview with a directness that Harry appreciated. Mr. Potter, let's start with the basics. You claim you can cure Harari blood curses. How? I don't fully understand the mechanism myself, Harry admitted. What I know is that my blood has properties that can neutralize dark magic when bonded with another person. The goblins at Gringotts documented it. I can provide you with their report. And you've already performed one of these cures last night. Astoria Greengrass. She'd been suffering under a blood curse that kills members of her family young, usually before age 25. As of this morning, that curse is gone. Completely. Verified by observers from both the Department of Mysteries and the Curse Keepers Guild. Cadwallader's quill swashed furiously, the guild observed. I would think they'd want to prevent you from... They tried. Yesterday morning, they filed an injunction with the Wisingamot trying to silence me. It failed. Harry leaned forward. That's the real story here, Mr. Cadwallader. For centuries, the guild has been charging desperate families fortunes to manage their curses. They've never cured anyone. They've never even tried. And when someone finally comes along who can actually help, their first response is to try to shut him up. That's a serious accusation. I have evidence. Harry gestured to Su Li, who handed Cadwallader a stack of documents. Treatment records from multiple families going back generations. Notice how the protocols never change, even though the curses evolve with each generation. Notice how no one ever gets better. They just get maintained, kept alive enough to keep paying. Cadwallader flipped through the documents, his expression growing more serious with each page. If this is accurate. It's accurate. And there's more. Harry took a breath. We've found evidence that the guild's treatments don't just maintain the curses. They actually strengthen them. Make them more resistant to natural recovery. The guild isn't just exploiting cursed families, they're actively making things worse to ensure those families stay dependent. The quill had stopped moving. Cadwallader was staring at Harry with something like shock. Can you prove that? Harry handed him the translated pages from Su Li's ancestor's diary. This is from 1847. a woman named Limae, the first member of her family to receive guild treatment. She discovered what the treatments were really doing and tried to expose them. The curse, or the guild, stopped her from writing anything that could hurt them, but her descendant found the journal. He nodded toward Su Lai. She's been translating it for years. The evidence was hidden between the lines, in passages that seemed innocuous unless you knew what to look for. Cadwallader read the translation slowly, his face pale. "The remnant," he said. "She mentioned something called the remnant. We don't know what that is yet. But the guild healers were afraid of it. They spoke about it in whispers, like it was something that could hurt them if they didn't keep it satisfied." "Satisfied with what?" "We think the Huss is the suffering they cause." Harry's voice was grim. "We think the guild isn't just profiting from blood curses. We think they're feeding something ancient. Something that's been sleeping for a very long time." The room was very quiet. "This is going to cause a firestorm," Cadwallader said finally. "Good. That's the point." The interview lasted another 2 hours, covering everything from Harry's personal experiences with the curse, breaking to the specific families he was working with. Daphne provided commentary on the Greengrass family's history with the guild. Fleur described the Vila curse and the decades of fruitless treatments her family had endured. Tunks talked about her deteriorating condition and the dismissive way guild healers had responded to her concerns. And Su Lai, unable to speak but unwilling to be silent, handed Cadwallader page after page of written testimony, detailed, precise, and Lewislayan. By the time Cadwallader left, he looked shell-shocked. "The article will run tomorrow morning," he said at the door. "Special line, Mr. Lovegood is already redesigning the front page." "Thank you," Harry said, "for listening, for believing us. Thank you for giving me something worth writing about." Cadwallader paused. "Mr. Potter, be careful. The guild has survived for 400 years. They didn't do that by letting threats go unanswered." "I know. Just be careful." Then he was gone, and Harry was left with the knowledge that by tomorrow morning, everything would change. Night fell slowly over London. Harry paced the drawing room, too wired to sleep, watching the clock tick toward the time Tonks and Fleur had set for their infiltration. The others had gone to bed or pretended to, but Harry couldn't relax. Too much was happening, too many variables he couldn't control. At 11, Tonks appeared in the doorway, dressed in dark clothes and looking more serious than he'd ever seen her. "We're heading out," she said. "Fleur's meeting me near the leaky cauldron. We'll approach from different directions, meet at the guild office." "How long do you think it'll take?" "An hour, maybe 2. Depends on what kind of security they have." She hesitated. "Harry, if something goes wrong, don't say that. I have to say it." Her voice was gentle. "If something goes wrong, if we get caught, you can't come after us. You're too important. The mission is bigger than any one person. That's a load of hippogriff dung, and you know it." Tunks smiled slightly. "Maybe. But it's true anyway." She reached out and squeezed his arm. "We'll be fine. Fleur's good and I'm better than I look. We'll get in, grab what we can, and get out. Easy. Nothing about this is easy. No. But we do it anyway." She squared her shoulders. "See you in a few hours." Then she was gone. And Harry was alone with his fear. The next 2 hours were the longest of Harry's life. He tried to read, but the words blurred together. He tried to plan, but his thoughts kept circling back to Tonks and Fleur in enemy territory. He tried to sleep and gave up after 10 minutes of staring at the ceiling. At 12:30, the flue flared green, and Harry had his wand up before he consciously registered the movement. Tonks stumbled through, coughing, her hair flickering through colors too fast to track. Fleur was right behind her, supporting a third figure between them. Someone Harry didn't recognize, wrapped in guild healer robes and looking terrified. What the hell? Harry rushed forward to help. Who is this? A defector. Tonks's voice was rough. Found him in the records room. He was already there when we arrived, said he'd been waiting for someone to come, someone who could actually stop them. The man looked up at Harry with red-rimmed eyes. He was young, maybe mid-20s, with the haunted expression of someone who'd seen too much. "You're Potter," he said. "The one who can break curses." "Yeah. I'm Healer Abbot. I've worked for the guild for 3 years. His voice cracked. "I didn't know. They told us we were helping people. Managing chronic conditions. I didn't know what the treatments really did until 6 months ago." Harry exchanged a glance with Tonks, who shrugged. "He's telling the truth as far as I can tell. And he brought us this." She held up a thick folder, hundreds of pages, densely printed. "What is it?" "Everything." Abbott's voice was hoarse. "Records going back centuries. Financial transactions. The names of every family they've been exploiting. And," he swallowed hard, "and documentation of the remnant. What it is. What they've been doing to feed it." Harry felt his heart rate spike. "The remnant is real." "It's real. And it's waking up." Abbott's hands were shaking. "That's why I ran. That's why I've been looking for someone to help. The guild, they think they can control it. Keep it sleeping while they profit from the curses it created. But they're wrong. It's been stirring for months now, getting stronger. And when it wakes up fully," he stopped, unable to finish the sentence. "When it wakes up fully, what?" Harry pressed. "It eats." Abbott's voice was barely a whisper. "Curses, suffering, magical bloodlines, it consumes everything. The guild has been feeding it scraps to keep it dormant. But it's not enough anymore. It's hungry. And everyone dies." Fleur finished quietly. "Everyone with a blood curse. Everyone connected to one." Abbott nodded miserably. "The guild knows. They've known for years. That's why they're so desperate to stop you, Potter. Not because you're threatening Leblissless, because you're threatening their only defense. The curses are what keep it sleeping. If you break them all, I wake it up." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Harry stared at the folder in Tonks's hands, centuries of secrets, answers to questions he hadn't even known to ask. The truth about the guild. The truth about the curses. The truth about what he was really fighting. "Show me," he said finally. "Show me everything." They spent the next 4 hours going through the documents. The remnant, it turned out, was older than the guild itself. Older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than written magical history. It had existed in some form since the first wizards learned to curse each other, feeding on the dark magic they created, growing stronger with each generation. At some point, the records weren't clear exactly when, a group of wizards had figured out how to communicate with it. How to communicate with it. But bargain with it. They offered to feed it regularly, keep it satisfied, in exchange for power and knowledge. Those wizards became the founders of the guild. "They've been farming curses for centuries," Harry said, his voice hollow. "Creating new ones, spreading them to new families, making sure there's always enough suffering to keep this thing fed. It is worse than that." Fleur's face was pale as she read through another stack of documents. "Z curses are not just food. Z are anchors. Each curse is connected to Z remnant, a piece of it embedded in human blood. That is why they can never be cured naturally. They are not just magic, they are alive. Fragments of something that should not exist. And when I break a curse, you are not just destroying dark magic. You are destroying a piece of the remnant itself. Fleur looked up at him. That is why it hurts so much when you cured Astoria. You were killing some amazing ancient. Harry thought about the curse he'd burned away last night, the way it had fought him, screamed at him, tried to bargain for its existence. He'd assumed it was just self-preservation instinct, mindless magic struggling to survive. But it hadn't been mindless. It had been aware. So every time I cure someone, I'm weakening the remnant, he said slowly. And if I cure enough people, it will wake up to defend itself. Abbott's voice was exhausted. He'd been awake for nearly 20 hours, by his own account, and it showed. The Guild's calculations say that if more than 40% of active curses are broken, the remnant will have no choice but to fully manifest. It won't be able to stay dormant anymore. How many active curses are there? Globally, thousands. In Britain alone, several hundred. Abbott rubbed his eyes. You cured one person last night. You need to cure hundreds more to trigger the awakening. But if I cure hundreds of people, I save hundreds of lives. And potentially doom everyone else. The room was silent. Harry could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him, the impossible calculus of lives saved versus lives risked. There has to be another way, Tonks said finally. Some way to cure the curses without waking this thing up. If there is, the Guild doesn't know about it. Abbott shook his head. They've been searching for centuries. The only solution they found was the one they're using. Keep feeding it. Keep it asleep. Keep profiting from the suffering. What about killing it? Harry asked. When it wakes up, can it be destroyed? Abbott went very still. I don't know. No one's ever tried. But the records mention there's a ritual. Ancient pre-Guild. Supposedly designed to bind or destroy entities like the Remnant. The Guild found it centuries ago and buried it. Where? I don't know. Somewhere in their main archives, maybe. Or destroyed entirely. Abbott looked at Harry with something like hope. But if it exists, if you could find it, then we could wake the Remnant deliberately and destroy it for good. Harry's mind was racing. End the curses and the thing that created them. That's insane, Tonks said. You're talking about deliberately awakening an ancient entity that eats magical bloodlines. I'm talking about ending this once and for all. No more curses, no more guild, no more families suffering for generations. Harry met her eyes. Isn't that worth the risk? Not if it gets everyone killed. Tonks. She's right. Daphne's voice came from the doorway. She was dressed in a robe, clearly awakened by the commotion, but her expression was alert. This isn't a decision you can make alone. If you're wrong, if the ritual doesn't work, then we're no worse off than we would be anyway. The Remnant is waking up regardless. Abbott said the Guild's calculations show it's getting stronger, feeding schedule or not. Harry stood, suddenly unable to sit still. We can try to maintain the status quo, keep curing people slowly and hope the Remnant stays asleep. Or we can take the fight to it, find this ritual, and end the threat permanently. And if the ritual doesn't exist, if it was destroyed, then we improvise. Harry's voice was hard. But I'm not going to spend the rest of my life tiptoeing around an ancient horror, curing one person at a time while the Guild keeps creating new curses to feed the thing I'm supposed to be afraid of. That's not a solution. That's just delaying the inevitable. The room was quiet again. Then Sully held up a page she'd been writing while the others argued. I vote for the insane plan. My family has been suffering for 7 generations. I'm tired of waiting for someone else to fix it. Sulai, Harry started. I'm dying, Harry. I have months left before I lose my voice forever, and then maybe a year after that before the curse takes everything else. If there's a chance, any chance, to end this, I want to take it. Her expression was fierce. I'm not afraid of the remnant. I'm afraid of dying without ever having fought back. Fleur nodded slowly. I am with her. Zivila curse has haunted my family for centuries. If there is a way to end it, truly end it, I want to try. Tunk sighed heavily. You're all mad, you know that, completely barking. She paused. But fine, I'm in. Not like I have much to lose anyway. Daphne was the last to speak. She'd been silent since her initial objection, her face unreadable. My sister is cured, she said finally. Because of you, Harry, she's going to live. I could walk away right now, take her somewhere safe, and never look back. She paused. But that's not who I am, and it's not who I want to be. So I'm in too. Her voice was steady. We find the ritual. We wake the remnant. We kill it. And we end this nightmare for everyone. Harry looked around at all of them, these women who had started as strangers seeking salvation and had become something more. Allies, partners, friends maybe, or the beginning of friends. All right, he said. Then we have a plan. Dawn was breaking by the time they finished strategizing. The first step was the Hudla article. It would go out in a few hours, exposing the guild's exploitation and putting them on the defensive. While the wizarding world was reacting to that bombshell, they would continue gathering evidence and searching for information about the binding ritual. Abbott agreed to stay at Grimold Place, partially for protection, and partially because he had more knowledge about the guild's inner workings than anyone else available. He was setting up in one of the spare bedrooms when Harry caught up with him. Abbott. The young healer turned, looking exhausted but somehow lighter than he had hours ago. Yeah. Why did you do it? Risk everything to defect. Abbott was quiet for a moment. I became a healer because I wanted to help people. When I joined the guild, I thought that's what I was doing. And then I found out the truth, and I realized I'd been making things worse. Every treatment I administered, every potion I brewed, I was feeding that thing, making the curses stronger. That wasn't your fault. You didn't know. Doesn't matter. I know now. Abbott met Harry's eyes. I can't undo what I've done, but I can help stop it from happening again. That's why I stayed in that records room, waiting for someone to come. That's why I gave you everything I had. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when we've actually won. Abbott managed a weak smile. If we win, we'll win. Harry's voice was firm. I don't know how yet, but we'll win. He left Abbott to rest and went downstairs to find Sully waiting for him. She held up a page. The article goes live in 3 hours. After that, everything changes. I know. Are you ready? Harry thought about everything they'd learned tonight. The remnant, ancient and hungry. The guild, corrupt and desperate. The ritual that might save them all, or doom them. No, he admitted. But I'm going to do it anyway. Solai almost smiled. That's the spirit. The Quibbler's special iron hit newsstands at 8 in the morning. By 9, the ministry was in chaos. By 10, the guild was denying everything. By 11, people were gathering outside Grimold Place, not just reporters anymore, but ordinary witches and wizards, families of la Husis, people who'd heard the story and wanted to know if it was true. Harry watched from an upper window, amazed by the scale of the response. There are hundreds of them, Fleur said, standing beside him. Maybe more. This is just the beginning. Harry turned away from the window. Once word spreads internationally, it will be thousands. Fleur's voice was quiet. All of them wanting you to save them. Yeah. Can you? Harry thought about the remnant, waiting in the darkness. The guild, ready to fight. The ritual they didn't have, the battle they couldn't predict. I don't know, he said honestly. But I'm going to try. Fleur was silent for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand, just briefly, just enough to make contact. Then we try together, she said. All of us. And for the first time since this whole mess started, Harry felt something like hope. The ministry summons arrived at noon. Harry was called to appear before an emergency session of the Wizengamot, convened to address what the official notice called recent developments in the field of blood curse treatment. Translation: the establishment was panicking and wanted to get things under control. You shouldn't go alone, Daphne said when she heard. I'm not planning to. Harry looked around at all of them. Everyone's coming. Every single one of you. If the Wising Islands husses, they can discuss them with the people actually affected. They will not like that, Fleur pointed out. Good. They're not supposed to like it. They're supposed to pay attention. The journey to the ministry was complicated by the crowd outside, people shouting questions, reaching out to touch Harry. Some crying, some cheering. It took 3 hours to clear a path to the apparition point, and even then they nearly got mobbed twice. The Wizengamot chamber was packed when they arrived. Every seat was full, and there were reporters lining the walls, not just Quibbler staff anymore, but prophet journalists, international correspondents. Even a few people Harry didn't recognize who might have been from foreign magical governments. At the center of it all, looking like he'd swallowed something sour, was Marcus Crane. Mr. Potter, Chief Warlock Odin said as Harry and the others took their places. Thank you for coming. I trust you've seen the public response to this morning's publication. I've seen it. Then you understand why we've called this emergency session. The accusations in that article are extremely serious. The Guild has denied them, of course, but the public is demanding answers. Then give them answers. Harry's voice was calm. I've provided evidence, treatment records, financial documents, personal testimony. The Guild has provided denials. Let the public decide who's more credible. It's not that simple, it's exactly that simple. Harry stepped forward, addressing not just Ogden but the entire chamber. For 400 years, the Guild has told cursed families that their only option was to pay for treatments that never worked. They've watched children die, watched bloodlines go extinct, and they've done nothing except collect their fees and make excuses. He paused, letting that sink in. Last night, I cured Astoria Greengrass of a curse that would have killed her by age 20. It took me 30 minutes. The Guild had been treating her family for generations, and all they ever did was slow the dying. There were complications, Crane started. There were lies. Harry cut him off. You knew your treatments didn't work. You knew you were making things worse. And you did it anyway, because sick people pay more than healthy ones. The chamber was utterly silent. Crane's face had gone white with rage. These of baseless accusations? I have your records. Harry pulled out a stack of documents, copies of what Abbott had provided, internal Guild documents showing exactly what your treatments are designed to do. Would you like me to read them aloud? Well's expression flickered. Fear, Harry realized. Actual fear. This is a fabrication. Then let the Department of Mysteries examine them. Let independent experts verify the authenticity. Harry's voice was hard. If I'm lying, you have nothing to worry about. If I'm telling the truth, he let the implication hang. Ogden leaned forward, his expression grave. Mr. Crane, the Guild has been a respected institution for centuries. If these documents are genuine, it would represent a betrayal of everything you claim to stand for. They're not genuine. They can't be. Then you won't mind an investigation. Ogden's voice brooked no argument. I'm ordering a full audit of the Guild's records by the Department of Mysteries, effective immediately. All Guild operations will be suspended pending the results. Crane's composure finally cracked. You can't do that. We provide essential services, services that might be killing people. Ogden banged his gavel. The audit begins today. Guild representatives will cooperate fully or face criminal charges for obstruction. This session is adjourned. The chamber erupted into chaos, reporters shouting questions, Wisingamot members arguing, Crane's face twisting with fury as aides tried to calm him down. Harry stood in the middle of it all, feeling strangely calm. They'd done it. They'd forced the ministry to act, put the Guild on the defensive, created space for the truth to come out. But watching Crane's expression, the rage, the desperation, the fear, Harry knew this was far from over. The Guild wasn't going to go down without a fight. And somewhere in the darkness, the remnant was stirring. The attack came that evening. Harry was in the drawing room with the others, going over the day's events, when the wards screamed again, but this time the sound was different, deeper, more urgent, like the house itself was in pain. They're trying to breach, Tonks said, on her feet instantly. Multiple points. This isn't probing, this is a full assault. How many? I don't. She stopped, her face going pale. Oh, Merlin. Harry looked out the window and felt his blood freeze. There were at least 20 figures in the street outside Grimold Place, robed and masked, wands drawn, working in coordinated groups to dismantle the wards. But that wasn't what made Tonks pale. What made Tonks pale was the thing floating above them. It was darkness given form, a writhing mass of shadows that seemed to absorb the light around it. It had no face, no features, but Harry could feel it looking at him anyway, looking at him and hating him with an intensity that made his scar throb. The remnant, he breathed. It's here. Nazi remnant. Fleur's voice was barely a whisper. A piece of it. An avatar. The shadow thing turned toward the house, and Harry felt its attention like a physical weight. It knew what he'd done. It knew he'd killed a piece of it when he cured Astoria, and it had come for revenge. Everyone, get back. Harry was moving before he finished speaking, heading for the front door. I need to draw it away from the house. Are you insane? Daphne grabbed his arm. That thing will kill you. It'll kill all of us if we stay here. The wards won't hold against something like that. Harry pulled free. Tonks, get everyone to the emergency portkeys. If I can't stop it, get out. Harry. That's an order. He was out the door before anyone could argue. The night air hit him like a wall, cold and thick with dark magic. The masked figures, Guild agents, Death Eaters, he didn't know anymore, turned toward him. But Harry ignored them. His attention was fixed on the shadow hovering above. Hey, he shouted. You want me? Come get me. The remnant avatar regarded him for a long moment. Then it descended, flowing down from the sky like liquid darkness, and Harry felt fear like he'd never known before. But underneath the fear was something else. Anger. At the Guild. At the curses, at centuries of suffering that had been engineered by something that should never have existed. He raised his wand. Let's see what you've got. The avatar struck. Chapter 40. The auction Harry's shield shattered on the first impact. The shadow thing hit like a freight train made of nightmares. and Harry went flying backward, crashing through the iron fence surrounding Grimmauld Place and landing hard on the cobblestones. Pain exploded through his ribs, his shoulder, his skull, but he was already rolling, already moving, because staying still meant dying. The Avatar flowed after him, impossibly fast, tendrils of darkness reaching out to grab him. Harry threw up another shield, weaker this time, desperation magic, and felt it like a unholy assault. The thing was strong. Stronger than anything he'd ever faced. Stronger than Voldemort, maybe in a completely different way. Voldemort wanted to kill him. This thing wanted to consume him. Reducta. Harry screamed, putting everything he had into the curse. The spell punched through the Avatar's form and out the other side, leaving a hole that closed almost instantly. The Avatar didn't even slow down. Incendio Maxima. Fire erupted from his wand, engulfing the shadow in flames. For a moment, just a moment, the thing recoiled, shrieking in a voice that bypassed ears and went straight to the soul. Then it surged forward again, burning but not stopping, and Harry realized with horrible clarity that he couldn't win this fight. Not alone. A bolt of silver light shot past his shoulder and slammed into the Avatar, staggering it. Harry turned to see Fleur sprinting toward him, her wand blazing, her Vila heritage fully unleashed. She was beautiful and terrible in equal measure, her hair floating in an invisible wind, her skin glowing with inner fire. "I told you to run," Harry shouted. "And I told you we do this together." She threw another spell at the Avatar, something French, something Harry didn't recognize, and the shadow thing screamed it again. Move. Harry moved. They fell into a rhythm without discussing it, trading off attacks, keeping the Avatar off balance. Tonks joined them seconds later. Her shifting abilities apparently useful for something besides disguise. She was flickering between forms, confusing the Avatar's targeting, drawing its attention away from Harry and Fleur. "The masked ones are retreating!" Daphne's voice came from somewhere behind them. Harry risked a glance and saw her standing in the doorway of Grimmauld Place, wand raised, Sully beside her. The guild agents, or whoever they were, had apparently decided that fighting an angry shadow entity wasn't worth whatever they were being paid. But the Avatar wasn't retreating. If anything, it was getting angrier. "We need to end this!" Harry shouted. "It's not going to stop. And how do you suggest we do that?" Fleur's voice was strained. "Normal magic does not work on it." Harry thought furiously. Normal magic didn't work. Fire slowed it but didn't stop it. The only thing that had actually hurt the remnant was his blood. When he'd burned away the curse in Astoria, he'd destroyed a piece of the entity itself. "Cover me." Harry stopped running and turned to face the Avatar directly. "I have an idea. A terrible idea, knowing you," Tonks yelled back. But she moved to flank the shadow thing anyway, drawing its attention with a barrage of colorful hexes. Harry reached into his robes and pulled out the silver knife he'd used for Astoria's ritual. The blade gleamed in the darkness, catching light that shouldn't have existed. He drew it across his palm in a single smooth motion, watching the blood well up, bright and red and ordinary looking. But it wasn't ordinary. He knew that now. His blood was poison to this thing. The Avatar must have sensed what he was doing, because it abandoned its attack on Tonks and surged toward Harry with desperate speed. Harry stood his ground, watching it come, feeling the malevolent intelligence behind those formless shadows. At the last possible second, he thrust his bleeding hand forward and spoke a word that wasn't quite English, something older, something that came from the same place his curse-breaking power did. His blood ignited, not with ordinary fire, but with light, pure, blazing, White, gold light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It poured out of the wound in his palm and engulfed the avatar. And this time the thing didn't just scream. It burned. Harry watched, trembling with exhaustion, as the shadow entity writhed and thrashed in the light. Pieces of it were breaking away, dissolving into nothing, while the core tried desperately to escape. He pushed harder, pouring more of himself into the attack, and felt something deep inside him stretching to its limit. The avatar shattered. One moment it was there, a mass of living darkness fighting for survival. The next moment it was gone, broken into 1,000 fragments that dissolved before they hit the ground. The night air cleared, the oppressive weight lifted, and Harry collapsed to his knees on the cobblestones. "Harry!" Fleur was at his side instantly, grabbing his arm, checking him for injuries. "Are you?" He wasn't fine. He was pretty sure he was about to pass out. Did it work? Is it dead? It's gone. Tonks limped over, sporting a nasty cut on her forehead but otherwise intact. "Whatever you did, it's definitely gone." Harry looked at his palm. The wound was already closing, healing far faster than it should have, leaving only a thin white scar. Another mark to add to his collection. "That was a piece of it," he said, his voice distant. "Just a piece. And it almost killed us. But it didn't. Daphne had joined them Suli close behind. We survived. And now we know we can hurt it. Can we, though?" Harry's laugh was hollow. "I barely managed to destroy an avatar. The real thing, the full remnant, it'll be 1,000 times stronger. Then we'll be 1,000 times more prepared." Daphne's voice was firm. "We have time. We have information. And we have something the Guild never expected, someone who can actually fight back." Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to feel the hope she was offering. But he'd felt the Avatar's hunger, its ancient intelligence, its absolute certainty that it would eventually consume everything. This wasn't a battle they could win with preparation and courage. They needed something more. The ritual Abbot had mentioned, the ancient binding that might be able to destroy the remnant for good. "We need to find that ritual," he said, letting Fleur help him to his feet. "Tonight," Abbot said the Guild had information about it somewhere. "The main archives," Tonks said. "In the Guild's headquarters. Much harder to access than the Diagon Alley branch. Then we hit the headquarters. Harry, you can barely stand." "I'll stand when I have to." He met Tonks's eyes. "We don't have time to play it safe anymore. The remnant knows I'm a threat now. It's going to keep sending pieces of itself until one of them gets through. Or until it wakes up completely." Suli woke, holding up the page for everyone to see. "Yeah, that too." Harry took a shaky breath. "So, Guild headquarters. Tonight. Who's in?" They all were. Of course they all were. Guild headquarters turned out to be underneath the Bank of England. "You're joking," Harry said when Tonks explained. "The actual Bank of England. The magical section, obviously. There's a whole complex down there. Guild offices, archives, training facilities. The entrance is hidden in one of the vault corridors." Tonks was sketching a rough map on a piece of parchment. "Abbot gave me the basics before we left. There are multiple layers of security, both magical and mundane. And we're going to get through all of that. How? Carefully. And with a lot of luck." Abbot himself had wanted to come, but Harry had vetoed it. The young healer was too valuable as an information source to risk in a direct assault. Instead, he was staying at Grimold Place with Daphne, who had argued, loudly, that someone needed to coordinate from the outside and maintain communications. Harry suspected she just didn't want to leave Astoria unprotected, which was fair enough. That left Harry, Fleur, Tunks, and Su Lai to handle the actual infiltration. Not the most experienced team, but they had advantages. Tunks' shape-shifting, Fleur's Vela magic, Su Li's almost supernatural stealth, and Harry's ability to destroy anything remnant related that got in their way. It would have to be enough. They apparated to a quiet alley near the Bank of England at 2 in the morning, when the streets were empty and the building's mundane security was at its lowest ebb. The magical entrance, according to Abbott's information, was accessible through a maintenance door on the building's east side. Remember? Tunks whispered as they approached, her face already shifting into an anonymous middle-aged man's features. We're here for information, not confrontation. In and out, quiet as possible. And if we get caught, Fleur asked, then we fight our way out. But let's try not to get caught. The maintenance door was locked with both mundane and magical protections. Tunks handled the mundane ones with a set of lockpicks she produced from somewhere, while Su Li dealt with the magical wards through a series of precise wand movements that Harry didn't recognize. "Where did you learn to do that?" he whispered. Su Li smiled slightly and wrote on a small notepad, "My family has been bypassing magical security for centuries. The curse taught us to be resourceful." The door swung open, revealing a dark corridor that descended into the earth. They moved in single file, wands lit but dimmed, following the path Abbott had described. The air grew colder as they went deeper, and Harry felt the familiar pressure of heavy magical wards pressing against his senses. "This place is ancient," Fleur murmured. "Z magic here is old, older than the guild I think." Abbott said they built on top of something that already existed. Some kind of pre-Roman magical site. Tunks had shifted again, this time into a guild healer's robes and face, someone she'd seen in the records they'd stolen. "The archives are on the 3rd level down. That's where the oldest materials are kept." They encountered their first guard at the entrance to the 2nd level, a bored-looking wizard reading a newspaper by wandlight. Tunks handled it smoothly, affecting a perfect guild accent, and explaining that she was retrieving materials for Master Crane's urgent project. The guard barely looked up before waving them through. "That was too easy," Harry said once they were out of earshot. "They're not expecting an attack. Why would they? They've been untouchable for centuries." Tunks's voice was grim. "Their arrogance is our advantage. The 2nd level is well-populated offices, laboratories, treatment rooms." They moved quickly, staying in the shadows, avoiding the occasional healer or administrator who passed through the corridors. Sully led the way, somehow sensing the presence of others before they came into view. The entrance to the 3rd level was locked with something more serious than the external doors. A massive iron gate inscribed with runes that Harry recognized from his research. "Blood wards, Cade to specific in the Lisuels. Can you bypass this?" he asked Su Li. She studied the gate for a long moment, then shook her head and wrote not without triggering alarms. "We need authorized blood." Harry looked at Tonks. "Can you shift into someone with access?" "Shape, yes. Blood, no. Authorized blood. We need another option." Fleur stepped forward, examining the runes closely. "Z's wards are designed to keep people out, but they are also designed to keep something in." She traced one of the symbols with her finger. "Z remnant. This is where they keep pieces of it contained." "That's cheerful," Harry muttered. "What?" Fleur's eyes had narrowed. "If Z wards are keeping Z remnant in, then they must allow anything that is not Z remnant to pass. Z blood check is just to verify you are not corrupted." So your blood is Z opposite of corruption. It destroys Z remnant's essence." She looked at Harry. "Try touching the gate." Harry hesitated, then pressed his palm against the cold iron. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the runes flared, not with alarm, but with something that looked almost like recognition. The gate swung open silently. "Well," Tonks said, "that's convenient. Or terrifying." Harry stepped through the gate, feeling the ancient wards part around him like water. Let's keep moving. The third level was different from the ones above, older. The walls were rough, hewn stone instead of smooth plaster, the ceiling low and oppressive. There were no electric lights here, only torches that burned with blue flame and cast strange shadows. And everywhere, Harry could feel the remnant. Not attacking, not manifesting, but present, a constant pressure at the edge of his consciousness, like something vast watching from the darkness. The pieces of it that the guild kept contained down here. Waiting. The archives should be through here, Tonks said, her voice barely audible. She'd stopped trying to maintain her disguise. There was no one down here to fool. Abbott said there's a central vault where they keep the most sensitive materials. They found it at the end of a long corridor, a circular room with shelves carved directly into the stone walls, filled with scrolls and books and artifacts that radiated age and power. In the center of the room sat a single pedestal, and on the pedestal lay a bound volume that seemed to absorb the light around it. "That's it," Fleur breathed. "The binding ritual, it has to be." Harry approached the pedestal carefully, half expecting some kind of trap. But nothing happened, no alarms, no attacks, no manifestations from the darkness. The book just sat there waiting. He picked it up and opened it to the first page. The text was in a language he didn't recognize, something older than Latin, older than any alphabet he'd seen. But as he stared at the symbols, they seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, becoming readable through sheer force of will. The binding of the primordial dark, the title read, a ritual for the containment or destruction of entities born from cursed blood. "This is it," Harry said. "This is what we need. Then we take it and go," Tonks said urgently. Before the torches went out. In the sudden darkness, Harry heard movement, whispers of shadow, the sound of something large shifting in the depths, the remnant pieces stirring, sensing what he was taking. "Run," he said. No, they ran. The escape was chaos. The contained remnant fragments couldn't fully manifest. Whatever ancient bindings the guild had used were still holding. But they could make the journey out a nightmare. Shadows reached from the walls, grasping at ankles and wrists. The temperature dropped until Harry could see his breath. Whispers filled the air, speaking in that soul, deep voice, promising pain and dissolution. Harry led the way, his blood light blazing from his palm, cutting a path through the darkness. The others followed close behind, hexes and curses flying at anything that moved. They burst through the gate to the second level and kept going, not stopping to fight, not stopping to think. An alarm was wailing now. Someone had finally noticed something was wrong. Guild healers poured out of side rooms, wands ways, but Tonks was already shifting through faces, shouting orders in different voices, creating confusion. Fleur's Vela aura flared, stunning half the responders into momentary paralysis. Sulai moved like a ghost, slipping through gaps in the chaos that shouldn't have existed. They hit the first level at a full sprint, only to find a dozen guild agents blocking the exit. Marcus Crane at their center. "Potter," Crane's face was twisted with fury. "You have no idea what you've done. I'm guessing something that ruined your day." Harry didn't slow down, move or be moved. Crane raised his wand, and Harry's blood light hit him full in the chest, sending him flying backward into his own people. The others scattered, and Harry's group was through the exit before anyone could recover. They apparated the moment they hit open air, leaving the Bank of England and its secrets behind. Grimmauld Place was quiet when they returned. Daphne met them at the door, her expression shifting from worried to relieved to curious as she saw what Harry was carrying. "You found it? You found it?" Harry was running on fumes now, his body screaming for rest, but he couldn't stop yet. Not until he knew what they were dealing with. "Get Abbott, and make tea. Lots of tea." They gathered in the drawing room, all of them, including Abbott, who looked pale but determined. Harry set the ensign book on the table, and everyone leaned in to look. "I can't read it," Daphne said after a moment. "The symbols don't make sense. They shift for whoever's looking at them. At least they did for me." Harry opened the book to the first page again. "See, the binding of the primordial dark. I still can't read it." Tonks was frowning. "It's just shapes, moving shapes." "Z book is keyed to summoning," Fleur said slowly. "Summoning about Ari specifically. Perhaps his blood." Harry hadn't considered that. He touched his finger to one of the symbols, and it flared briefly with light, the same gold, white light that had destroyed the Avatar. When he pulled his finger away, the symbol seemed clearer somehow. "It's responding to him," Abbott said, his voice odd. "The ritual was designed for someone like you. Someone who could actually use it. Or it was designed to find someone like me." Harry's voice was grim. "Either way, I'm the only one who can read it. So let me tell you what it says." He spent the next hour translating Letlex Allow, while the others took notes. The ritual was complex, incredibly complex, requiring specific ingredients, precise timing, and a group of casters working in perfect coordination. But the basic principle was simple enough. The remnant couldn't be killed, while it was scattered across thousands of ineligible curses. Each curse was a piece of it, and as long as those pieces existed, the entity could regenerate from any attack. The only way to destroy it permanently was to force all the pieces back together, to make the remnant manifest fully, and then attack the unified whole. "So we need to wake it up on purpose," Tonks said flatly. "That's the plan. Wake up the ancient horror, and then bind it long enough to destroy it." Harry pointed to a passage near the end of the book. "The ritual creates a cage, a magical containment that prevents the remnant from escaping or dispersing. Once it's trapped, we can pour enough destructive energy into it to end it permanently." "What kind of destructive energy?" Harry hesitated. "My blood. The text says that blood which has been sanctified by sacrifice, which I'm pretty sure means me, can dissolve the Wenlensel sense. I just need to get enough of it into the binding circle." "How much is enough?" Daphne's voice was careful. "I don't know. The text isn't specific. You could die." It wasn't a question. "I could." Harry met her eyes. "But if we don't do this, everyone with a blood curse dies instead. And then the remnant keeps growing, keeps feeding, until it consumes the entire magical world." The room was silent. "There must be another way," Fleur said. "Amazing less suicidal." Harry smiled without humor. "If there is, I haven't found it, and we're running out of time. The guild knows we have the ritual now. They'll do everything they can to stop us. Let them try." Tonks's voice was hard. "We've beaten them before. We've survived them before. That's not the same thing." Harry closed the book and looked around at all of them. "I'm not going to pretend this isn't dangerous. It is. It might be the most dangerous thing any of us has ever done. But I'm going to do it anyway. Because I don't see another choice. You're not doing it alone," Daphne said firmly. "Whatever happens, we're with you." "Yeah." Harry felt something loosen in his chest, fear maybe, or the weight of carrying this alone. "I know." They spent the next 3 days preparing. The ritual required specific components: silver chains forged during a lunar eclipse, water from a sacred spring, ash from a phoenix feather, and blood from someone who had been touched by the remnant, but not consumed, which meant any of the cursed women would qualify. They needed a location with natural magical resonance, which Sue Lee identified as a stone circle in Scotland that her family had used for centuries. And they needed time. Time to gather the materials, time to practice the ritual's complex choreography, time to prepare for the possibility that everything would go wrong. The guild gave them exactly none of it. On the second day, they received word that Marcus Crane had called an emergency meeting of every major cursed family in Britain. Not a request, a demand. Any family that didn't attend would have their treatment contracts immediately terminated. "He's gathering hostages," Harry said when the news arrived. "He knows we can't move against him if he's surrounded by the people we're trying to save." "It's worse than that." Abbott had been reviewing the guild's standard contracts and found something disturbing. The treatment agreements include clauses that allow the guild to accelerate curse progression in cases of contractual breach. He could trigger simultaneous medical crises in dozens of families. He'd kill his own clients. "To stop you." "Absolutely." Abbott's voice was bleak. "Crane isn't just protecting a business, Harry. He's protecting himself. If the remnant dies, everyone who's been feeding it for centuries loses their power. That includes him." Harry stared at the wall, thinking. The guild had them boxed in. They couldn't perform the ritual while Crane held innocent people hostage, but they couldn't rescue those people without triggering the very crisis they were trying to prevent. Unless... "The meeting," he said slowly. "When is it?" "Tomorrow evening. 7 o'clock. The guild's London ballroom. That's where we'll do it." Everyone stared at him. "Do what?" "Exactly?" Daphne asked. "The ritual. We perform it there, at the meeting in front of everyone." Harry's mind was racing now, pieces clicking into place. Frayne wants to use those families as shields. Fine. We'll turn them into witnesses. We'll wake the remnant, bind it, and destroy it right in front of every cursed bloodline in Britain. They'll see exactly what the guild has been doing to them, and they'll see us end it. "That's insane," Tunk said. "The ritual requires precise conditions. A ballroom full of panicking puellas is lot. It's not ideal. But it might be the only chance we get." Harry looked at Abbott. "Is it possible? Could the ritual work in that environment?" Abbott considered for a long moment. The magical resonance would be different from the stone circle. Weaker, probably. But a room full of cursed bloodlines would provide its own kind of power. All those remnant fragments, all in one place. He paused. It could actually work. The concentration of curse energy might even make the binding stronger. "You're both insane," Fleur said. "You want us to walk into the guild's stronghold and perform an ancient ritual surrounded by enemies." "I want us to end this." Harry's voice was quiet but firm. "I'm tired of running, tired of reacting, tired of letting Crane control the situation. He thinks he's clever, gathering all those families together. He just gave us exactly what we need. And if it goes wrong, then we die fighting. But at least we'll have tried." The room was silent. Harry could feel them weighing the options, calculating the risks, trying to find a better alternative. He knew there wasn't one. This was their best chance, maybe their only chance. "I'm in." Sulai held up a page with just those 2 words written on it, her expression determined. "As am I." Fleur's voice was steady. "This is what we've been building toward. I will not back down now. Count me in." Tonks grinned, though there was tension underneath it. "I always wanted to crash a pure-blood party." Daphne was the last to speak. "My family will be at that meeting. Astoria, Lila, they'll be in danger. They're already in danger. Crane's holding them hostage either way." "I know." She closed her eyes briefly. "All right, I'm in. But if anything happens to them, we'll protect them. I promise." Harry reached out and took her hand, surprising Multhlan. "We'll protect everyone." Daphne looked at their joined hands, then at his face. Something shifted in her expression, some wall coming down, some decision being made. "Then let's do this," she said. "Let's end it." The Guild's London ballroom was magnificent. Harry had expected something cold and institutional, but what he found was a cathedral of wealth and privilege. Crystal chandeliers hung from vaulted ceilings. Gilded columns lined the walls. The floor was marble so polished it reflected the crowd like a dark mirror. And what a crowd it was! Every major cursed family in Britain was represented, dressed in their finest robes, trying to maintain dignity despite the circumstances. Harry spotted familiar faces, people he'd seen in the crowds outside Grimmauld Place, people who'd written to him begging for help. They looked nervous, confused, not quite sure why they'd been summoned but afraid to refuse. At the center of the room, on a raised platform, stood Marcus Crane. "Welcome," he said, his voice magically amplified to fill the space. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I know there's been some confusion lately about the Guild's practices and intentions. I've called you here to address those concerns directly." Harry was near the back of the room, hidden under a notice, "Me not charm," waiting for the signal. The others were in position, Tonks near the exits, Fleur while the windows, Sully somewhere in the crowd itself. Daphne was visible, standing with her mother and Astoria, playing the role of concerned family member. "Recent allegations have been made against the Guild," Crane continued. "Accusations of fraud, exploitation, even conspiracy. I want to assure you that these accusations are completely unfounded." Murmurs from the crowd. Not everyone looked convinced. "The source of these accusations is a disturbed young man who believes he can cure blood curses through some kind of magical blood bond." Crane's voice dripped with condescension. "Mr. Potter is well known for his attention-seeking behavior and delusions of grandeur. The Guild has tried to help him understand the dangers of his claims, but he has refused all reasonable offers of cooperation." "That's a lie." Harry dropped the notice, "Me not charm," and stepped forward. The crowd parted around him, gasps and whispers following in his wake. Crane's expression flickered, surprise, then fury, then a cold smile. "Mr. Potter, how unexpected, and how rude. Crashing a private gathering." "Private? You summoned half the cursed families in Britain. Doesn't sound very private to me." Harry kept walking, moving toward the platform. "In fact, it sounds like exactly the audience I was hoping for." "Guards, don't bother." Harry raised his hand, and his blood light flared, not attacking, just demonstrating. "I came here to talk. But I'm happy to fight, if that's what you prefer." The guards, who had been moving toward him, stopped, uncertain. They'd heard what happened to the Avatar. They'd heard what Harry could do. "Talk, then." Crane's voice was controlled, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders. "Say your piece." "All right." Harry turned to face the crowd. "My name is Harry Potter, and 3 weeks ago, I found out that my blood can permanently cure any Harry blood curse. Since then, I've cured one person, Astoria Greengrass, who's standing right over there with her family. Every eye turned to Daphne and Astoria. The younger girl lifted her chin, meeting their gazes without flinching. The guild has been telling you for centuries that your curses can't be cured. Only managed, only treated, only paid for month after month, year after year, generation after generation. Harry's voice rose, carrying across the ballroom. They've been lying. These accusations? Crane started. I have documents. Harry pulled the folder from his robes, copies of the records Abbott had provided, internal guild memos describing how to optimize treatment protocols for maximum revenue, financial projections based on keeping curse sufferers dependent indefinitely, research into methods for actually strengthening curses so they require more intensive treatment. He threw the folder onto the platform at Crane's feet. The guild doesn't want to cure you. They want to keep you sick, keep you paying, keep you suffering. And the reason they're so desperate to stop me isn't because they're worried about false hope. It's because I'm going to put them out of business. The crowd was stirring now, anger mixing with uncertainty. Some people were reaching for the scattered documents, reading them with growing horror. This is absurd, Crane said, but his voice had lost its smoothness. Fabricated evidence, wild accusations. Then let me prove it. Harry climbed onto the platform, bringing himself level with Crane. Right here, right now. I'll cure someone in front of everyone. Your observers, your healers, whoever you want watching. If I'm lying, you'll have all the proof you need to descry me. If I'm telling the truth. He let the implication hang. Crane's jaw tightened. The procedures required are dangerous. I've done it once already. Astoria survived just fine. Ask her. I feel amazing. Astoria's clear voice carried across the room. Better than I've felt in years. The curse is gone, completely gone. More murmurs, more anger. The crowd was turning slowly but perceptibly away from Crane and toward Harry. This is a trick, Crane said, but he was losing them. Some kind of manipulation, then call my bluff. Harry spread his arms. Pick someone. Anyone in this room. I'll cure them on the spot, unless you're afraid of what will happen when everyone sees the truth. The silence stretched. Harry could see Crane calculating, weighing options. There wasn't one. Harry had him trapped. Fine. Crane's voice was tight. Prove it. Cure someone. I'll need a volunteer. No. Crane's smile turned vicious. I'll pick. To ensure there's no collaboration. He scanned the crowd, and his eyes landed on someone near the back. You, Marcus Flint. Come forward. Harry's stomach dropped. He recognized the name. Flint was a Slytherin, a few years older than Harry, and definitely not friendly. More importantly, Harry had no idea what curse afflicted the Flint family or how severe it was. Flint pushed through the crowd, looking uncomfortable but defiant. He was bigger than Harry remembered, with the same brutish features and unfriendly expression. The Flint curse causes progressive magical degradation, Crane explained, his voice smooth again. Over time, the afflicted loses access to more and more of their magical abilities. Mr. Flint here is already unable to perform several advanced spells. Within 10 years, he'll be barely better than a squib. And you've been treating him how long? Flint's expression flickered. Since I was 13. 6 years of treatment. How much progress have you made? Silence. The answer was obvious. All right. Harry faced Flint directly. I'm not going to lie to you. This is going to hurt. The bond is permanent, and you'll be connected to me for the rest of your life. But when it's done, your curse will be gone. Completely. Do you want to try? Flint looked at Harry, then at Crane, then at the crowd watching them. His jaw set. Do it. The ritual was the same as before. The clasped hands, the ancient words, the exchange of blood. But this time, Harry was aware of hundreds of eyes watching. Hundreds of people waiting to see if he was telling the truth. The Flint curse fought hard, harder than Astoria's had, maybe because it had been allowed to progress further. Harry could feel it clawing at him, trying to retreat into the deepest parts of Flint's magical core. He pursued it ruthlessly, burning it away piece by piece, ignoring the pain and the exhaustion and the screaming. When it was done, Flint collapsed to his knees, gasping, tears streaming down his face. "It's gone," he whispered. I can feel everything again, the magic, all of it." He looked up at Harry with an expression of pure shock. "You actually did it." The ballroom erupted. People were shouting, crying, pushing toward the platform. Crane was screaming for order, but no one was listening anymore. They'd seen the truth. They'd watched Harry do the impossible, and now they wanted him to do it again.
Police.
A woman pushed through the crowd, tears on her face. "My daughter, she's only 8. My father has months to live. The Bulstrode curse has killed every member of my family before 40. Harry held up his hands, overwhelmed. "I'll help you. I'll help all of you. But we have to do this safely, one at a time." "You'll help no one." Crane's voice cut through the chaos, cold and hard. Harry turned to see the guild master standing at the edge of the platform, his wand raised and pointed directly at Harry's chest. "You've caused quite enough trouble, Mr. Potter. I think it's time we ended this charade. You're going to attack me, in front of all these witnesses. These witnesses are about to see something far more interesting." Crane's smile was cruel. "You've been so eager to demonstrate what your blood can do. Let me demonstrate what the guild can do." He spoke a word, something guttural and ancient, and Harry felt the temperature drop. All around the ballroom, shadows began to move. "You didn't think those containment wards at headquarters would hold forever, did you?" Crane's voice was almost gleeful. "You damaged them when you stole the ritual. Every remnant fragment we've such as, every piece of cursed essence we've kept stored away, is now free." The shadows were coalescing, forming shapes. Not one avatar this time, but dozens smaller, but far more numerous. They rose from the floor, dripped from the ceiling, emerged from the dark corners of the room. And they were hungry. "Enjoy your cure, Mr. Potter." Crane was backing toward an exit, his guards forming a protective barrier. "Let's see how many people you can save when the remnant takes back what belongs to it." The shadows attacked. The next few minutes were hell. Harry fought with everything he had, his blood light blazing as he cut down shadow after shadow. But for every one he destroyed, 2 more seemed to take its place. And he wasn't the only target. The remnant fragments were attacking everyone in the ballroom, drawn to the cursed bloodlines like moths to flame. Screams filled the air. People were running, trampling each other, desperately trying to escape. Some pulled wands and fought back, most just fled. "Harry?" Fleur's voice cut through the chaos. She was near the windows, her vela fire burning bright, holding back a cluster of shadows.
"There are too many."
"The ritual," Harry shouted back. "We do it now. We don't have the components."
"We have the curse energy."
"All of it, right here in this room." Harry fought his way toward the center of the ballroom, clearing space with sweeping arcs of blood light.
"The binding."
"If we can create the binding circle."
"I need your blood."
Sue Lee appeared at his side, her notepad discarded, a silver knife in her hand. For the circle, Harry didn't hesitate. He held out his arm and let her cut, deeper than before, enough to send blood streaming down his skin. She caught it in a crystal vial and began moving, tracing patterns on the marble floor with crimson lines.
Tonks!
Harry bellowed.
Keep them off her!
Tunks was there instantly, her form shifting wildly as she threw hexes and cusses at anything that moved. Daphne joined them, having gotten Astoria and her mother to relative safety near one of the exits. Together, they formed a protective circle around Su Lai as she worked. The blood patterns began to glow.
It's working.
Abbott's voice he'd apparated in at some point. Harry wasn't sure when.
The circle is forming. But we need more power. Take mine.
Fleur pushed her way into the circle, slashing her own palm and letting her blood join Harry's on the floor. If Ziz is what it takes, and mine, Tonks without hesitation, mine, Daphne. Their blood mixed with Harry's, the different magical signatures combining and amplifying. The circle blazed brighter, and Harry felt something shift in the room, the scattered remnant fragments pausing, confused, drawn toward the power building at the ballroom's center. Now, Su Li mouthed the word, pointing at Harry. Harry understood. He stepped into the center of the circle, raised his bleeding arms, and spoke the words of binding. The ancient language felt natural on his tongue, like something he'd always known but forgotten. Power surged through him, not just his own, but the combined strength of everyone who'd given blood to the circle. He could feel their determination, their fear, their desperate hope, and he could feel the remnant, not the fragments, the whole. The ancient entity that had spawned every blood curse, that had fed on suffering for millennia, that had hidden in the shadows while its pieces did its work. It was there, watching, waiting. Harry reached out with his power and grabbed it. He commanded. Facecam. The shadows stopped moving. Every fragment in the room went still, frozen by the force of the binding. Then, slowly, they began to drift toward the circle, pulled by a force greater than their own will.
It's working.
Abbott was almost crying. The binding is pulling them together. The fragments merged as they moved, combining into larger and larger shapes. The temperature dropped further. The lights flickered and died, leaving only the golden glow of Harry's blood, light to illuminate the room. At the center of the binding circle, something massive was taking form. The remnant, not an avatar, not a fragment. The real thing, ancient and terrible, and absolutely, fundamentally wrong. It was darkness given will, hunger given form, a void that screamed with the voices of everyone it had ever consumed, and it was looking at Harry with something very close to recognition. Bood, Afti Securifi. It spoke, and the words shook the foundations of the building. Eid for wou. You shouldn't have, Harry said, and poured every drop of power he had into the binding. Chapter 5. What woke up the remnant screamed. It wasn't sound, not really, but Harry felt it in his bones, in his teeth, in the deepest parts of his soul. The entity thrashed against the binding circle. Tendrils of absolute darkness slamming into the golden barriers that Harry's blood had created. Each impact sent shockwaves through the ballroom, cracking marble, shattering windows, throwing people off their feet. Harry held on. His arms were shaking, blood streaming from the cuts Su Lai had made, every nerve in his body on fire. The remnant was stronger than he'd imagined, ancient and vast, and absolutely furious that something as small as a human was trying to contain it. Wow, you cannot LDUS, the entity roared. WEARE idea self. Ui while consuum INDVRLOU low V. Hear that before? Harry gasped. From Voldemort. He's dead. You're next. He pushed more power into the binding, drawing on reserves he didn't know he had. The circle blazed brighter, the golden light intensifying until it hurt to look at. The remnant recoiled, its form wavering, pieces of it dissolving where the light touched. But it wasn't enough. Harry could feel the binding weakening, his blood running dry, his magic stretching to its breaking point. He needed more. More power, more blood, more everything. "Harry?" Fleur's voice cut through the chaos. She was at the edge of the circle, her face illuminated by the golden glow, her expression fierce. "Let us in. We can help." "Too dangerous?" "We are already in danger." She stepped across the boundary of the circle, and Harry felt her magic join with his, wild and fierce, burning with Vila fire. The binding strengthened immediately, the golden light taking on hints of silver and blue. Tonks followed, then Daphne, then Sully. One by one, they entered the circle, adding their power to Harry's, their blood mixing with his on the marble floor. The binding grew stronger with each addition. The golden barriers thickened, the remnant struggles becoming more desperate. "Uh-oh, loose Kyle aram." It snarled yuo tiadiivitaboe. "Do ye exceed tnce teat fierce cars must spiokian. Ananakilayangi ftro your buna or ust." Maybe. Harry's voice was stronger now, bolstered by the others. But not today. He reached deep inside himself, past the exhaustion and the fear, to the place where his power truly lived. The blood magic that had been born from his love of Sephohlai, the love that had protected him as an infant, and had grown into something more, something that could destroy the very essence of darkness. He let it loose. The golden light exploded outward, filling the entire ballroom, burning through shadows and illuminating every corner. The remnant shrieked, a sound of genuine pain this time, not just anger, as pieces of it dissolved into nothing. But the core remained, a writhing mass of darkness at the center of the circle, fighting desperately to survive. "It's not enough," Abbott shouted from somewhere outside the circle. "The binding is holding."
"But you're not destroying it fast enough.
"It'll break free before you can finish it." Harry knew he was right. He could feel the remnant's strength, diminished but not defeated, ancient and patient, and absolutely certain that it would outlast them. They needed something more, something that could tip the balance. The cursed. Daphne's voice was strained with effort. "Everyone in this room with a blood curse, they're still connected to it. If they joined their power to ours, they'd be exposing themselves to the remnant directly," Harry said. "It could kill them, or it could give us the power we need to kill it." Harry looked out at the ballroom, at the dozens of cursed witches and wizards who had come to this meeting expecting answers and found themselves in a war zone. Many had fled, but some remained, watching the battle with expressions that ranged from terror to desperate hope. They were the ones the remnant had fed on for centuries, the ones whose suffering had kept it alive. If anyone had the right to destroy it, it was them. "I can't ask them to risk that," Harry said. "Then don't ask." A new voice, Marcus Flint, pushing through the crowd to the edge of the circle. His face was pale but determined. "You cured me. You gave me my magic back. If there's a chance to end this thing forever, I'm taking it." "Me too." A woman Harry didn't recognize except for what. "The folly curse has killed 3 generations of my family. I want to watch it die. And me. Me as well." One by one, the cursed stepped forward, crossing into the circle, adding their power to the binding. Harry felt each addition like a surge of electricity, their anger, their grief, their desperate hope all channeling into the ritual. The golden light intensified, taking on new colors as different magical signatures merged together. The remnant felt it too. "Oh no," it howled. "You hanotais us not." "This is exactly what you deserve," Harry said. "Centuries of suffering, thousands of lives destroyed, And now it ends. He raised his arms and spoke the final words of the binding, the destruction clause, the part of the ritual designed to annihilate rather than contain. The words burned his throat, tasted like fire and blood and something older than language itself. The golden light turned white. Pure, blazing, absolute white, the color of endings. The color of things finally being finished. It poured into the remnant from every direction, carried by the combined power of Harry's blood and the magic of every cursed person in the room. The entity screamed and thrashed and begged, but there was nowhere to run, no shadows left to hide in. For the first time in its ancient existence, the remnant was afraid. And then it was gone. The white light faded. The binding circle flickered and died. Harry collapsed to his knees on the blood-stained marble, completely spent, barely conscious. But alive. They were all alive. And the remnant, the thing that had caused so much suffering for so many centuries, was nothing but ash on the wind. Harry woke up 3 days later in a bed that wasn't his. The ceiling above him was unfamiliar, high and vaulted, painted with faded murals of magical creatures and starry skies. The sheets were soft and smelled faintly of lavender. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, warm and golden and impossibly peaceful. "You're awake." He turned his head slowly, because everything hurt, and found Daphne sitting in a chair beside the bed, a book open in her lap. She looked tired but relieved, and there was something softer in her expression than he'd ever seen before. "Where am I?" "Greengrass Manor. You've been unconscious for 3 days." She closed the book and leaned forward. "How do you feel?" "Like I fought an ancient evil and won." Harry managed a weak smile. "Everything hurts. It should. You nearly died. Your magical core was completely depleted. The healers said they'd never seen anything like it. If the others hadn't gotten you out when they did..." "The others, are they okay?" "Everyone's fine. Tired, drained, but alive." Daphne's voice softened. "You did it, Harry. The remnant is gone. Every blood curse in Britain, probably in the world, just dissolved. When the entity died, all the pieces of it died too." Harry stared at her. "All of them?" "All of them. The Vila curse, the Tunk's instability, Sully's silence." Daphne smiled, a real smile, not the controlled expression she usually wore. "My family's curse, it's gone. Completely gone. Everyone's cured. Everyone who had a Harry blood curse, yes. There are still other kinds of curses and other lixions, but the remnant-based ones, the ones that have been killing families for generations, they're finished." Harry closed his eyes, letting that sink in. They'd done it. They'd actually done it. All those people, all that suffering finally ended. What happened to Crane? Daphne's expression hardened. Arrested. The Aurors found him trying to flee the country the morning after the battle. He's being held pending trial for, well, the list of charges is quite long. Conspiracy, fraud, accessory to murder, reckless endangerment of magical bloodlines. She paused. "They're also investigating the Guild's international branches. It seems the rot went deep." "Good." Harry's voice was tired but satisfied. "He deserves worse. Hell get worse. The families he exploited are out for blood, figuratively speaking. Half of wizarding Britain wants him kissed by dementors. That seems extreme. Tell that to the people whose children died while he got rich." Daphne stood up, moving to a small table where a tea service had been set up. "The others want to see you. I told them I'd send word when you woke up. Can I have a few minutes first?" Harry struggled to sit up, wincing at the quality of his bloated body. "I need to process." "Everything?" "Of course." She poured him a cup of tea and brought it over. "But not too long. Fleur has been driving everyone mad with her pacing, and Tonks keeps accidentally shifting into random people when she's anxious. It's very disconcerting. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first one in what felt like forever, and regretted it immediately when his ribs screamed in protest. "Oh, serves you right for nearly dying." But her voice was gentle, and she squeezed his hand briefly before stepping back. "I'll give you 20 minutes. Then the horde descends." She left, and Harry was alone with his tea and his thoughts. 3 days unconscious. The remnant destroyed. Every blood curse in the world broken. The guild dismantled. Crane arrested. It felt like a dream. It felt impossible. But the ache in his bones told him it was real. All of it had actually happened. He'd done it. They'd done it. And now, what? The horde descended in exactly 18 minutes. Fleur was first through the door, her silver hair wild and her expression caught somewhere between relief and fury. "You absolute fool," she said, crossing the room in 3 quick strides. "You nearly killed yourself. Do you have any idea how worried we were? I'm getting the sense. Yeah, 3 days, Harry. 3 days of watching you lie there, not knowing if you would wake up, not knowing if we had lost you after everything." Her voice cracked, and she stopped, lisped to herself to tell her, "Do not ever do that again. I'll try not to fight any more ancient evils. See that you don't." She sat on the edge of the bed, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "The healers say you will recover fully. Your magical core is regenerating faster than they expected. Probably the blood thing. It seems to come with benefits. It comes with a tendency towards suicidal heroics." But her voice had softened, and she reached out to brush a strand of hair from his forehead. "I am glad you are all right." Tonks burst in next, her hair cycling through colors so fast it looked like a rainbow having a seizure. "He's awake. He's actually awake. Harry James Potter. If you ever scare us like that again, I will personally make your life a living hell. I know 17 different ways to make someone's nose permanently inside out." Noted. Harry grinned at her. "How are you feeling?" "Like a new person." Literally. She held up her hand and shifted it through a dozen different shapes in rapid succession, each one perfectly controlled. "The instability is completely gone. I can hold any form I want for as long as I want. The healers said they've never seen anything like it. The curse was messing with your control. More than that. The curse was fighting my natural abilities, trying to lock me into one form while my magic pushed the other direction. Now that it's gone." She shifted her face into a perfect of Dumbledore, then McGonagall, then back to her own features. "It's like I've been swimming through mud my whole life, and suddenly the water is clear." Sulai slipped in behind Tonks, moving with her usual silent grace. She was smiling, actually smiling, and when she opened her mouth, she spoke. "Hello, Harry." Her voice was soft and slightly hoarse from disuse, but it was there. Real and present and absolutely impossible. "Sully," Harry breathed. "You're talking. The curse took my voice when I was 16. I thought I'd never speak again." Tears were forming in her eyes. "But you gave it back. You gave me back. I didn't do it alone. Everyone helped. But you were the center of it. Your blood, your power, your willingness to sacrifice everything." She sat in the chair Daphne had vacated, wiping at her eyes. "I've been practicing. Simple words at first. Hello, goodbye, yes, no. It's like learning to walk again. But every day it gets easier. I'm so glad." Harry's own eyes were stinging. "I'm so glad it worked." The door opened one more time, and Astoria Greengrass bounded in with all the energy of a teenager who'd just been told she wasn't going to die.
"You're awake? Finally!"
"Daphne's been so grumpy, and Mother keeps crying, and everyone's been walking around like someone's pet Neasel died, and I've been going absolutely mental waiting for you to wake up, because I have so many questions. Astoria. Daphne had followed her sister in, looking exasperated. I told you to wait. You told me to wait until he was awake. He's awake. Therefore, I'm not waiting. Astoria dropped onto the foot of Harry's bed, bouncing slightly. Is it true you're bonded to like 50 people now? Harry blinked. What? The ritual. Everyone who entered the circle to help with the binding, Fleur said the shared blood created connections. Like the ones you made when you cured me and Marcus Flint, but weaker. Astoria's eyes were wide with curiosity. So you're basically magically married to half the purebloods in Britain? That's not exactly accurate, Daphne said. But she looked uncomfortable. Isn't it? Astoria grinned. Because I heard Lady Parkinson talking to Mother about proper arrangements and traditional obligations, and she sounded very interested in getting her daughter officially added to Harry's collection. My collection? Or word, not mine. Astoria shrugged. Apparently some people think you're starting a harem. The room went very quiet. Harry looked at Fleur, who was studying the ceiling with intense interest. Then at Tonks, who had suddenly found something fascinating about her own fingernails. Then at Sue Lee, who was blushing furiously. Then at Daphne, who looked like she wanted the floor to swallow her whole. Someone want to explain what's going on? He asked. It's complicated. Daphne's voice was careful. The bonds you created during the ritual are real. They're not as strong as the ones you made with Astoria or Flint. Those were full curse-breaking bonds, designed to last forever. But the ritual bonds are still significant. They create connections. What kind of connections? The kind where everyone who participated can feel that you're alive and relatively okay. Tonks said, finally looking at him. I can sense you right now, a sort of warm presence at the edge of my awareness. It's actually kind of nice. And the traditional interpretation of such bonds. Daphne continued, looking pained, and pureblood society is marriage. To all of them. Astoria was clearly enjoying this. At once. Congratulations, Harry. You're the most eligible bachelor in wizarding history. Harry stared at all of them, trying to process what he was hearing. You're telling me that, because I helped perform a ritual to save everyone's lives, I'm now magically engaged to... How many people? 37, Tonks said. Give or take. 37. Some of them are married already, so those bonds are like existing contracts. And a few are men, which creates interesting legal questions. I'm bonded to men too. Z ritual did not discriminate. Fleur said, still not quite meeting his eyes. Everyone who entered Z circle and contributed blood is connected to you now. Harry fell back against his pillows, staring at the painted ceiling. 37 people. Magical bonds. Potential marriages. After everything he'd been through. After fighting an ancient evil and nearly dying, he was now facing the prospect of being the center of the largest polygamous marriage in wizarding history. I need more tea, he said faintly. The next few hours were a blur of explanations, arguments, and increasingly creative swearing. The situation, as it turned out, was both better and worse than Harry had initially feared. The bonds created by the ritual were genuine, but not binding in the same way as his curse, breaking connections. They created an awareness, a sense of presence, but they didn't compel any behavior or enforce any relationship. The problem was that wizarding society didn't see it that way. Blood bonds are sacred in traditional pure-blood culture. Daphne explained. Once Astoria had been sent away and the adults could talk freely. They're the foundation of magical marriage contracts, inheritance laws, family alliances. When you created bonds with 37 people at once, you essentially proposed to all of them simultaneously. I was trying to save their lives. Yes, and they're grateful. But gratitude doesn't change the legal implications. Daphne pulled out a stack of parchment covered in dense legal texts. I've already received 14 formal inquiries about formalizing arrangements. 3 families have offered Durees. The Bulstrodes are offering a estate in Cornwall. The Parkinsons are offering a racing broom company. And the Knotts, she checked her notes, are offering a dragon. A dragon? A Welsh green. Apparently they acquired it during the war and have been looking for a suitable occasion to gift it. Harry put his head in his hands. This is insane. Welcome to pure blood politics. Tonks's voice was dry. For what it's worth, you don't have to do anything. The bonds exist, but you're not obligated to formalize any relationships. Plenty of people will be disappointed, but they can't force you into marriage contracts you don't want. But they'll try, Sully said. Her voice was still soft, still careful, but she was getting more comfortable using it. The political advantages of being connected to Harry, to someone who just saved every cursed family in Britain, are enormous. People will fight for that connection. Let them fight. Fleur's voice was hard. Harry owes them nosing. He nearly died saving their lives. If they cannot accept his gratitude without demanding more, they do not deserve his attention. I appreciate the sentiment, Harry said, but ignoring the situation won't make it go away. These are powerful families. If I offend them, then they'll be offended. So what? Tonks shrugged. You just killed an ancient evil and destroyed the guild. You're probably the most powerful wizard in Britain right now, politically speaking. No one is going to move against you because you declined some marriage proposals. That's not entirely true, Daphne said carefully. The families who participated in the ritual will be understanding. They saw what happened. They know Harry didn't intend to create these bonds. But there are others who didn't participate. Families who feel cheated, left out. If Harry doesn't handle this carefully, he could make enemies. So what do you suggest? Daphne was quiet for a moment. A formal statement. Something that acknowledges the bonds without committing to any specific arrangements. You could express gratitude for everyone's assistance. Explain that you're not looking to formalize any relationships at this time, and leave the door open for future discussions. That sounds very political. It is political. Everything you do from now on will be political. Daphne's voice was gentle but firm. You're not just Harry Potter anymore. You're the curse breaker. The one who destroyed the remnant, the center of the largest blood bond network in recorded history. People are going to watch everything you do and interpret it through that lens. Harry was quiet, absorbing that. He'd spent so long fighting for survival. Against Voldemort, against the Guild, against the remnant itself, that he hadn't really thought about what would come after. But Daphne was right. He couldn't go back to being an ordinary wizard. Not after everything that had happened. All right, he said finally. We'll do the statement. But I want to make something clear first. What? He looked around at all of them, Fleur, Tonks, Sully, Daphne. The women who'd fought beside him, bled beside him, nearly died beside him. The ones who'd been there from the beginning, when this was just a desperate attempt to save a few lives. You 4 are different, he said. Whatever happens with the other bonds, whatever political maneuvering we have to do, you're not part of that. You're my partners. My friends. Maybe he hesitated, maybe more, eventually. If you want that. The room was very quiet. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Tonks's voice was careful, her hair settling into a steady pink. I'm saying that I care about you. All of you. And I don't want politics to get in the way of that. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. I'm not proposing anything. I'm not asking for commitments. I'm just telling you where I stand. Fleur was the first to respond. We've known each other for less than a month. We have fought together, bled together, nearly died together. I do not know if that is enough to build something real on. But I am willing to find out. Same, Tonks said. I mean, this is completely mad. 4 witches and 1 wizard, all tied together by ancient blood magic and near-death experiences. But it's the good kind of mad. The kind that might actually work. Sully nodded, her smile shy but warm. I spent years unable to speak, unable to connect with anyone the way I wanted to. You gave me that back. I'd like to see where it goes. Daphne was last. She was quiet for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she spoke. I came to you because I wanted to save my sister. I stayed because I found something I didn't expect. People who saw me as more than just a Slytherin or a pure blood or a means to an end. She paused. I'm not good at feelings. I've spent too long suppressing them, controlling them. But yes, I'm willing to try. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he hadn't even known he was carrying. Okay then. We figure this out together. Together? Fleur agreed. Together? The others echoed. And for the first time since this whole mad adventure started, Harry felt like maybe, just maybe, everything was going to be okay. The formal statement went out the next morning. Harry had spent most of the night working on it with Daphne, refining the language until it struck the right balance between grateful and firm. The key points were simply, he appreciated everyone who had participated in the ritual. He acknowledged the bonds that had been created, but he wasn't in a position to formalize any relationships at this time. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Some families accepted gracefully, expressing understanding and well wishes. Others were less pleased, sending formal protests or demanding audiences. A few went further, filing legal challenges with the Wisingamot arguing that Harry had created binding obligations and was now refusing to honor them. These challenges won't go anywhere, Daphne assured him, sorting through the mountain of correspondence that arrived by all. The precedent is clear. Blood bonds created incidentally during ritual magic don't create legal obligations. But the families know that. They're just posturing, trying to pressure you into negotiations. So we ignore them. We acknowledge their concerns and decline to engage. Politely, but firmly. She set aside another stack of parchment. The good news is that the public response has been overwhelmingly positive. The Quibbler printed a special aun about the battle, and the prophet finally picked up the story. They're calling you the savior of bloodlines. Harry winced. It's politics. Get used to it. The days that followed settled into a strange routine. Harry was technically still recovering. The healers insisted on daily check-ups and restricted activity, but there was too much to do to stay in bed. He met with ministry officials about the guild investigation. He consulted with international magical authorities, who wanted to understand what had happened. He gave carefully controlled interviews to journalists who'd been covering the story, and, slowly, he began to figure out what his new life was going to look like. The blood bonds were real, but they weren't overwhelming. Harry could sense the presence of everyone he was connected to, a constant background awareness that took some getting used to, but it wasn't intrusive. He could focus on other things, tune out the noise, live his life normally. Mostly. The stronger bonds, the ones with Fleur, Tonks, Su Lai, and Daphne, were different. Those connections were deeper, more intimate, almost like having 4 additional people living in the back of his mind. He could feel their emotions if he concentrated, sense their general state of well-being, even get vague impressions of what they were doing. It should have been overwhelming. Instead, it was strangely comforting. "It's because we chose this," Fleur explained one evening when they were all gathered in the Greengrass Manor sitting room. Z ritual bonds were created in Z eat of battle, without intention. But we had already begun building some amazing before that. Z ritual just strengthened what was already Zir. "Is that why it feels different?" Harry asked. "More natural." "I think so. The other bonds are like background noise. But Ziz," she gestured at the 4 of them, "Ziz is like a conversation. Quieter, but more meaningful." Tunks nodded in agreement. "I can feel all of you right now. Not intrusively, just there. Like knowing you're in the same room, even if I'm not looking at you." She grinned. "It's actually really useful. I always know when one of you is about to sneak up on me. That's why my pranks keep failing." Sully said, her voice mournful. "I was an excellent sneaker before this." "You're still excellent." Daphne didn't look up from her book. "Harry's just developing reflexes." "Speaking of reflexes," Harry said, "what happens next? With all of this, I mean. The Mons, the political situation, our whatever we're calling this. We're calling it a relationship," Tonks said firmly. "Or relationships, plural, however you want to think about it. And what happens next is that we take it one day at a time," Daphne added. "We're in uncharted territory here. There's no rule book for situations like this. We figure it out as we go." "That sounds dangerously reasonable." "I have my moments." They spent the rest of the evening talking, planning, just being together. It was comfortable in a way Harry hadn't expected. 4 very different personalities that somehow fit together. Complementing rather than clashing. Maybe this could work. Maybe it was already working. The Wisingamot trial of Marcus Crane began 2 weeks after the battle. Harry attended as a witness, sitting in the gallery with Fleur, Tonks, Su Li, and Daphne at his side. The chamber was packed, every seat filled, reporters lining the walls, a sense of momentous occasion hanging in the air. Crane looked diminished in the defendant's chair. Gone was the smooth Huntelunce la Quelatoe smile, the aura of power. He was just a man now, old and tired and finally facing consequences for centuries of exploitation. The charges were extensive. Fraud, conspiracy, reckless endangerment, accessory to murder, for every person who had died from curses the guild had deliberately strengthened. The evidence was overwhelming, and the outcome was never really in doubt. But Harry wanted to see it. Wanted to watch the man who had caused so much suffering finally pay for what he'd done. "Mr. Crane," the chief warlock said, "once the evidence had been presented and the arguments made, you have been found guilty on all counts. Do you have anything to say before sentencing?" Crane stood slowly. He was silent for a long moment, staring at nothing. Then he turned to look at Harry, and there was something almost like recognition in his eyes. "I underestimated you," he said. "We all did. The guild has existed for 400 years, and in all that time, no one ever challenged us successfully. We thought we were untouchable." He paused. "You taught us otherwise? Is that supposed to be an apology?" Harry's voice was flat. "No, an observation." Crane's smile was bitter. "You've won. The guild is finished, the remnant is destroyed, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life in Azkaban. But don't think this changes anything fundamental. There will always be people like me, people willing to profit from suffering, to exploit the desperate and the afraid. You stopped us, but you can't stop human nature. Maybe not. Harry stood up, facing Crane across the chamber. But I can make it harder for people like you to succeed. I can build something better, something that actually helps people instead of exploiting them. And maybe, eventually, that will matter more than anything you ever did. Crane stared at him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he laughed, a short, harsh sound. Maybe you're right. Maybe you'll actually make a difference. He shook his head. I suppose we'll find out. The sentencing was life imprisonment in Azkaban, the maximum punishment allowed under wizarding law. Crane was led away in chains, and Harry watched him go, feeling not satisfaction exactly, but something close to closure. It was over. Finally, truly over. Are you okay? Fleur asked quietly. Yeah. Harry turned away from the defendant's chair. I think I am. Spring turned to summer, and life settled into something approaching normalcy. Harry moved out of Grimmauld Place. Too many bad memories. Too much dark magic soaked into the walls, and into a new house in the countryside. It was larger than he needed, but he'd learned to stop thinking of himself as just one person. He had people now. People who needed space. Fleur took a room on the second floor, filling it with French art and Villa artifacts her grandmother had sent. Tonks claimed the attic space, transforming it into a chaotic workshop for her horror equipment and increasingly creative pranking supplies. Sue Lee preferred a quiet corner room near the library, which she was slowly filling with books on magical history and linguistics. Daphne kept her primary residence at Greengrass Manor. Her mother and sister still needed her, but she spent most of her time at Harry's house, managing the endless political correspondence and helping navigate the complexities of his new position. And there was a new position. The ministry had offered him a formal role, special consultant on blood magic and curse breaking, which sounded impressive but mostly meant that he got called in whenever someone found an old curse they couldn't handle. He'd already dealt with 3 such cases, traveling to different parts of Britain to help families who'd thought they were beyond help. The blood bonds made it easier. He could sense when someone connected to him was in distress, could offer comfort and sequoia less licenses. It wasn't telepathy exactly, but it was something close, a network of connection that grew stronger every day. You're getting better at it. Tonks observed one evening, watching Harry respond to a sudden spike of anxiety from one of Wintlet individuals. The sensing thing you used to get overwhelmed. Practice. Harry sent a wave of calm through the bond, not pushing, just offering, and felt the distant presence settle in response. Also, you lot help. Having strong anchors makes it easier to manage the weaker connections. Anchors? Tonks grinned. I like that. Very practical. Daphne corrected, looking up from her paperwork. The bonds do function as stabilizers. Harry's core is still recovering from the ritual. Having strong connections to draw on helps regulate the magical flow. You're so romantic. I'm accurate. Harry laughed, leaning back in his chair and looking around at all of them. Fleur reading by the window. Tonks sprawled across a couch. Sully quietly practicing her newly restored voice by reading aloud from a poetry book. Daphne surrounded by correspondence. His people, his partners, his something, he still wasn't sure what to call it. Relationship felt too small. Family felt too simple. But whatever it was his, and he wasn't going to let it go. Hey, he said, getting everyone's attention. I want to say something. They all looked at him, various expressions of curiosity and interest. A few months ago, I was alone. I had friends, sure, Ron, Hermione, the Weasleys, but I was alone in a way that mattered. I didn't have anyone who saw all of me, who understood everything I was dealing with, who could actually share the burden. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Then you four showed up. You were desperate, scared, fighting for your lives and the lives of people you loved. And I thought I was just going to help you, cure your curses and send you on your way. But that's not what happened. You stayed. You fought beside me. You nearly died beside me. And somewhere along the way, you became more important to me than I ever expected. His voice was rough with emotion, but he kept going. I don't know exactly what we are. I don't know if there's a word for 5 people who've blood together, bonded together, built something together. But I know that I'm grateful for all of you, and I know that whatever comes next, I want to face it together. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Fleur smiled, soft and warm and real. That was very good, very emotional. Shut up. I mean it. She stood and crossed to his chair, leaning down to press a kiss to his forehead. You are learning to express yourself. It is progress. I hate you. No, you don't? No, he admitted. I really don't. Tunks bounded over and dropped onto the arm of his chair, ruffling his hair. Group hug. I feel like this calls for a group hug. I don't do group hugs, Daphne said, but she was already standing, crossing to join them. Sully just smiled and put down her book, walking over to complete the circle. It was awkward and crowded, and someone's elbow was definitely in someone else's ribs. But it was also warm and right, and exactly what Harry needed. This was his life now. This was his future, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, he was actually looking forward to it. Chapter 6. Blood and Binding. The attack came on a Tuesday. Harry was in the garden, practicing the fine control exercises the healers had recommended for his still recovering magical core. When he felt it, a sudden spike of terror through one of the weaker bonds, followed immediately by another, then another. Within seconds, a dozen of his connections were screaming distress. Something's wrong. He was already moving toward the house, his wand in his hand. Something's very wrong. Fleur met him at the door, her expression sharp. I felt it too. Multiple sources, all at once. It's coordinated. Tonks appeared behind her, her aura instincts already engaged. That many people in danger simultaneously. This isn't random. Daphne came running down the stairs, a piece of parchment clutched in her hand. I just received an emergency all. The Wisengamot is under attack. Someone's taken hostages. Who? The message doesn't say. But Harry, she met his eyes. A lot of the people you're bonded to were at the Wisengamot today. There's a session on post, guild reforms. Practically every cursed family sent a representative. The pieces clicked into place with horrible clarity. Whoever was doing this had known exactly when and where to strike. They'd waited until Harry's bonded were gathered in one place, laudable, and then they'd attacked. It's a trap, Sully said quietly. She joined them in the entrance hall, her voice steady despite the fear Harry could feel through their connection. They want you to come. Of course they do. Harry's jaw tightened. And I'm going to. Harry, those people trusted me. They fought beside me, bled beside me. I'm not going to abandon them because walking into a trap is dangerous. He looked at each of them in turn. You don't have to come. This isn't your fight. Fleur's laugh was sharp and humorless. Don't be stupid. Where you go, we go. That was decided long ago. She's right. Tunks was already checking her wand, her expression grim. Besides, if this is a trap for you, They're probably not expecting backup. We might be the advantage you need. Then let's move. Every second we waste is a second those people are in danger. They apparated to the ministry's public entrance and found chaos. The atrium was filled with panicked witches and wizards, some fleeing the building, others clustering in confused groups and demanding information. Aurors were trying to maintain order, but it was clear they were overwhelmed. Whatever was happening upstairs, it had caught everyone off guard. A familiar voice cut through the noise. Kingsley Shacklebolt was pushing through the crowd, his face tense. "Thank Merlin you're here. We've got a hostage situation in the Wisingamot chamber. At least 50 people trapped inside, maybe more. Who's responsible? We're not sure. They appeared out of nowhere about 20 minutes ago. Some kind of advanced concealment magic we've never seen before. They took control of the chamber before anyone could react." Kingsley's expression was grim. "They're asking for you specifically. Said they won't negotiate with anyone else." "Then let's not keep them waiting." The Wisingamot chamber was sealed when they arrived. Massive doors blocked by shimmering wards that crackled with hostile energy. Harry could feel his bonded on the other side, their fear, their confusion, their desperate hope that help was coming. "Can we break through?" he asked Tonks. She studied the wards for a moment, then shook her head. "Not without triggering something nasty. These are professional, military grade, maybe. Whoever set them up knew what they were doing. Then we don't break through. We get invited in." Harry stepped forward and raised his voice.
I'm here. Harry Potter, you wanted to talk. Let's talk.
For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the wards flickered, and a section of the door swung open just wide enough for one person to pass through. "Alone," a voice called from inside. "The others stay outside." "Not happening." Harry's voice was flat. "My people come with me, or I don't come at all." Another pause. Then, "Fine. But any hostile action, and we start killing hostages." Harry exchanged glances with the others. Fleur nodded once, her expression fluous. Tonks's wand was already in her hand. Sulai's face was calm, focused. Daphne's jaw was set with determination. Together, they walked through the door. The Wisingamot chamber had been transformed into a nightmare. The usual orderly rows of seats were in disarray, knocked aside or damaged. The hostages, Harry counted at least 60 people, were clustered in the center of the room, surrounded by a shimmering barrier that pulsed with dark magic. Many of them looked terrified. Some were injured, a few seemed to be unconscious. And standing at the front of the chamber, on the raised platform where the chief warlock usually sat, were their captors. There were 5 of them, dressed in black robes with no identifying marks. 4 stood in a loose formation around the hostages, their wands trained on the barrier. The 5th, clearly the leader, stood apart, watching Harry's group enter with an expression of cold satisfaction. "Mr. Potter." The leader's voice was cultured, familiar somehow. "Thank you for joining us. Who are you?" The leader reached up and pulled back their hood, revealing a face Harry recognized instantly. Older, harder, marked by years of bitterness and hate, but unmistakable. Lucius Malfoy, surprised. Malfoy's smile was thin and cruel. "You shouldn't be. Did you think I would simply accept what you've done? What you've taken from me?" "I haven't taken anything from you. You destroyed the remnant. You broke every blood curse in Britain." Malfoy's voice shook with barely contained rage. "Do you have any idea what that cost me? The Malfoy family has been connected to the guild for generations. We had investments, arrangements, understandings. And you, a half-blood orphan with delusions of heroism, you ruined everything." The guild was exploiting people, keeping them sick for profit. I stopped them. You stopped a system that was working perfectly well for those of us who knew how to use it. Malfoy's composure cracked, fury bleeding through. The curses were supposed to keep certain families weak, dependent, controllable. Without them, the entire pureblood hierarchy is collapsing. Families that were nothing are suddenly on equal footing with houses that have dominated for centuries. Harry stared at him. That's what this is about. Social status. This is about order, Potter. This is about the natural hierarchy of magical society. And you, Malfoy's wand came up, pointed directly at Harry's chest. You are going to help me restore it. I'm not helping you do anything. Oh, I think you will. Malfoy gestured toward the barrier surrounding the hostages. That containment field is designed to do one very specific thing. It's draining the magical essence of everyone inside, slowly, carefully, converting their power into a form that can be used for ritual purposes. Harry felt his blood run cold. You're killing them. Not immediately. They have perhaps an hour before the process becomes lethal. Plenty of time for us to reach an agreement. Malfoy's smile widened. You're going to use your blood magic to create new curses, Potter. Stronger ones, permanent ones. Curses that will restore the proper order of things and ensure that the right families stay in power. You're insane. I'm practical. The old curses were a useful tool for maintaining control. Now that they're gone, we need new ones. Malfoy tilted his head. Think of it as a fresh start. You'll curse the families I designate, bind them to servitude, and in exchange, I'll release these hostages unharmed. Harry looked at the barrier, at the frightened faces behind it. He could feel his bonded among them, their fear, their pain, their desperate trust that he would find a way to save them. The connection between them pulsed with emotion stronger than ever, and something in that connection gave him an idea. The bonds? He said quietly, barely moving his lips. What? Fleur was beside him, her voice equally soft. The bonds we share. They're not just for sensing emotions, they're conduits, channels for magical energy. Harry's mind was racing, pieces clicking into place. When we performed the ritual against the remnant, we combined our power through the bonds. We could do it again. Against Malfoy. Against that barrier. If I can channel enough power through the bonds, I might be able to break it from the outside. Free the hostages before Malfoy can carry out his threat. That would require enormous energy. Fleur whispered, more than we provided for the ritual. Not if we use all the bonds. Not just the 4 of you, everyone I'm connected to. All 37 of them, plus the hostages themselves. Sulai's voice was barely audible. Can you reach that many people at once? I don't know. But I'm going to try. Harry stepped forward, drawing Malfoy's attention. You want me to create new curses? Fine. But I need to understand what I'm working with. Show me the barrier. Let me analyze the magic. I can't help you if I don't know what we're dealing with. Malfoy studied him for a long moment, suspicion clear in his eyes. But his desire to succeed was stronger than his caution. Very well. But any tricks, and people start dying. No tricks. Harry moved toward the barrier, his companions following at a careful distance. Just trying to understand the situation. He stopped at the edge of the containment field, close enough to touch if he reached out. The magic hummed with dark energy, complex and layered, designed by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. But underneath, he could sense the hostages, their magical signatures, their life forces, their connections to him through the blood bonds. He reached for those connections. It was different from before. During the remnant ritual, he'd been in physical contact with everyone contributing power. Now he was trying to bridge distances. Some of the people he was reaching for weren't even in the room. But the bonds existed, and bonds could carry more than emotions. He pushed. Across London, across Britain, 37 people felt a sudden pull at their consciousness. Harry's voice echoed through their connections. "I need your help. I need your power. Will you give it?" The response was immediate and overwhelming. Yes, yes, yes. A chorus of agreement, of trust, of willingness to contribute whatever was needed. Power began flowing through the bonds, channeling toward Harry from every direction. Malfoy noticed something was wrong. "What are you doing?" Harry didn't answer. He was too focused on gathering the energy, weaving it together, preparing it for what came next. The hostages inside the barrier had felt his call too. They were contributing their own power, pushing against the containment field from the inside. "Stop!" Malfoy raised his wand. "Whatever you're doing, stop now." "I don't think so." Harry's voice was calm, almost peaceful. He was filled with power, not just his own, but the combined strength of everyone who trusted him, everyone who believed in him, everyone who'd chosen to fight beside him. He released it all at once. The blast of energy hit the barrier like a tidal wave, pure white, gold light that burned through dark magic like fire through paper. Malfoy's containment field shattered, fragments of spell, work dissolving into nothing. The hostages staggered as the draining effect suddenly cut off, their magic rushing back into their bodies. And Harry turned to face Lucius Malfoy, with the power of 40 people burning in his veins. "You wanted to restore the old order." Harry's voice echoed strangely, layered with resonances that weren't quite human. "The old order is dead, and so is anyone who tries to bring it back." Malfoy fired a curse, some dark thing that Harry didn't recognize, but Harry batted it aside without effort. The other captors attacked too, a coordinated barrage of hexes and jinxes, but Fleur and Tonks and Sulai and Daphne were already moving, engaging them with precision and fury. Harry focused on Malfoy. "You've lost," he said, advancing steadily. "The guild is destroyed. The curses are broken. The people you thought you could control are free. This," he gestured at the chaos around them, "is just desperation, the last gasp of a dying ideology. You understand nothing." Malfoy's voice was ragged, desperate. The old ways were better. The hierarchy existed for a reason. Without it, people get to choose their own lives, make their own decisions, succeed or fail on their own merits. Harry stopped, close enough to see the fear in Malfoy's eyes. "That terrifies you, doesn't it? The idea that you might not be special, that your blood might not matter more than anyone else's. I am better. You're scared." Harry's voice was quiet now, almost pitying. "You've been scared your whole life, hiding behind your name and your wealth and your precious pure blood. And now that those things don't protect you anymore, you don't know what to do." Malfoy's face twisted with rage, and he raised his wand for one last curse. Harry was faster. A single blast of blood light caught Malfoy in the chest and sent him flying backward, crashing into the wall of the chamber with enough force to crack the stone. He slumped to the ground, unconscious, his wand clattering away across the floor. The other captors were down too, subdued by Harry's companions with efficient precision. The battle was over almost as quickly as it had begun. Harry let the borrowed power drain away, returning to its sources across Britain. He felt empty afterward, hollowed out, but also strangely peaceful. They'd won. Again. "Is everyone okay?" he called out, turning to check on the hostages. Shaky voices answered in the affirmative. Some people were crying, relief, fear, gratitude all mixed together. Others were checking on injured friends or family. But everyone was alive. Everyone was safe. Fleur appeared at his side, her hair wild and her expression fierce. "You did it." "We did it." Harry managed a tired smile. "I couldn't have broken that barrier without everyone's help." That was Z-point. "Yes." She slipped her hand into his. "We are stronger together." That is what Ziz has always been about. Tunks joined them, supporting a slightly singed Sulai. Well, that was exciting. Anyone else feel like a nap? A nap sounds amazing. Daphne walked over, carefully stepping around debris. But first, we should probably deal with the aftermath. The ministry will have questions. The press will have questions. Everyone will have questions. They can wait. Harry squeezed Fleur's hand and looked around at all of them, his partners, his family, his everything. Right now, I just want to appreciate the fact that we're all still alive. Here. Tonks grinned. Survival first, Tex-ledded. I like that priority order. The aftermath was extensive but manageable. Malfoy and his co-conspirators were arrested and charged with terrorism, kidnapping, and attempted murder. The evidence was overwhelming, and this time there would be no political maneuvering to reduce the sentences. The pure-blood establishment that had protected him for so long was in shambles, and no one was willing to risk their reputation defending a man who'd tried to mass murder half the Wisingamat. The hostages recovered fully, their magic returning to normal within a few days. Many of them sought Harry out personally to thank him, not just for saving them from Malfoy, but for everything he'd done since discovering his blood's properties. The gratitude was overwhelming, and Harry had to start scheduling appointments just to handle all the visitors. But among all the meetings and debriefings and formal acknowledgments, one conversation stood out. It was 3 days after the attack. Harry was in his garden, taking a rare moment of solitude, when he felt someone approaching through the bond. He looked up to find Daphne walking toward him, her expression unusually uncertain. "Hey," he said. "Everything okay?" "Yes, mostly." She sat down on the bench beside him, closer than she usually allowed herself. "I wanted to talk to you about something." "What's on your mind?" Daphne was quiet for a moment, gathering her thoughts. "When Malfoy had us trapped in that barrier, I could feel myself getting weaker, the magic draining away piece by piece. And I thought I was going to die. But you didn't. We got you out." "Yes, you did." She turned to face him, her pale eyes intense. "But in those moments when I thought it was over, I realized something. I realized that my biggest regret wasn't the things I'd done. It was the things I hadn't, the chances I hadn't taken, the feelings I hadn't expressed." Harry's heart started beating faster. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I've spent my whole life being careful, controlled, protecting myself from vulnerability." Daphne's voice was steady, but he could feel the emotion underneath through their bond. "But being careful doesn't matter if you die anyway. And protecting yourself from vulnerability means protecting yourself from connection too." She reached out and took his hand, her fingers cool against his skin. "I don't want to be careful anymore," she said. "I don't want to hold back or play it safe or wait for the perfect moment. I want to be with you, really be with you, and I want to stop pretending that's not what I've wanted all along." Harry stared at her. This ice, cold Slytherin who'd shown up in his kitchen 3 months ago with a marriage proposal and a desperate plea for help. She'd changed so much since then. "They all had, Daphne," he said softly. "I've been waiting for you to say that since the night we fought the Remnant." She laughed, a real laugh. warm and surprised. You're joking? I'm not. You think I couldn't feel it through the bond? The way you looked at me, the way you held back. I knew you were interested. I was just waiting for you to be ready. That's either very patient or very presumptuous. Little bluff, probably. It's infuriating. I know, he grinned. Part of my charm. Daphne shook her head, but she was smiling too. You're impossible. And yet, here you are. Here I am. She leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Now. Harry reached up to brush a strand of hair from her face. Now we stop talking. He kissed her. It wasn't a dramatic kiss. No fireworks, no swelling music. It was soft and gentle and tentative. Two people who'd been through hell together, finally allowing themselves to acknowledge what they felt. But underneath the gentleness was something deeper. Something that had been building for months. Something that promised much more to come. When they finally pulled apart, Daphne's cheeks were flushed and her carefully controlled expression had softened into something almost vulnerable. That was nice, she said. Just nice. Very nice. She smiled. We should do it again. Agreed. The summer stretched on, warm and golden and full of possibilities. Harry's relationships with all four women deepened, each in its own unique way. Fleur was passionate and fierce, challenging him to be better while supporting him unconditionally. Tunks was chaotic and joyful, bringing laughter into his life when he needed it most. Su Li was quiet and thoughtful, offering perspective and wisdom in her newly restored voice. And Daphne was everything he'd never known he needed. Ice and fire combined, a partner who matched him in every way. The bond network continued to function, but its nature shifted over time. The ritual connections faded slightly as people moved on with their lives, becoming a background hum rather than a constant presence. The stronger bonds, with his four partners, remained as powerful as ever, a constant source of strength and comfort. And the weaker bonds, those became something unexpected, a community. People who had fought together against the remnant stayed in contact, forming friendships that crossed old bloodline boundaries. Families that had been rivals for centuries found common ground in their shared experience. The old pureblood hierarchy, already shaken by the destruction of the curses, continued to crumble as new relationships formed based on trust rather than tradition. Harry found himself at the center of this new community, not as a leader exactly, but as a focal point. People came to him for advice, for help, for simple connection. He did what he could, offering guidance where appropriate and stepping back where it wasn't. You're building something, Tunks observed one evening, watching him respond to yet another something that's never existed before. I'm not trying to build anything. I'm just helping people. Same thing sometimes, she grinned. Whether you meant to or not, you've created a network of relationships that spans the entire magical community. People trust you. They believe in you. That's power, Harry. Real power, the kind that actually matters. I don't want power. I know. That's why people trust you with it. Autumn arrived with crisp air and changing leaves. Harry's official role at the ministry had evolved from special consultant to something less defined but more significant. He found himself mediating disputes, advising policy, helping shape the post-guild magical world. It wasn't what he'd planned for his life, but it felt right. The four women in his life had found their own roles too. Fleur had returned to curse, breaking, using her unique perspective as a former cursed individual to help others. Tunks had been promoted within the Aura department, her stabilized abilities making her more effective than ever. Su Li had begun writing books on magical history, on the Shukha la blood causes, on the community that had formed in the wake of the remnants' destruction. And Daphne had taken over management of the Greengrass family's affairs, rebuilding their fortune and influence in ways that actually helped people. They didn't all live together. That would have been too chaotic even for Harry. But they spent most of their time in the same orbit. Harry's house had become a gathering place, a home base for a found family that kept growing. One evening in late October, they were all gathered in the sitting room, a rare occurrence these days, given everyone's increasingly busy schedules. The fire was crackling, tea was steaming, and the conversation had drifted into comfortable silence. "I've been thinking," Harry said eventually. "Dangerous," Tunks quipped. "What about?" "About everything that's happened. Where we started, where we are now." He looked around at all of them. "A few months ago, I was alone in Grimmauld Place, trying to figure out what my life was supposed to be. And now you have Aram," Fleur said, her eyes twinkling. I don't call it that." "The Prophet does," Daphne pointed out. "I saw the headline last week. The Prophet is terrible and everyone knows it. The Quibbler called it a polycule," Sulai offered. I had to look up what that meant. "Can we not discuss media terminology for my relationship situation?" "You started it." Tonks was grinning. "What were you thinking about, anyway, before we derailed you?" Harry sighed, but he was smiling too. "I was thinking about how grateful I am for all of you, for everything we've built together." The room went quiet. One Daphne showed up in my kitchen that morning. I thought she was just another person who wanted something from me, another person who saw me as a means to an end. Harry paused. "I was wrong. You all came to me because you needed help, but you stayed because you cared. About me, about each other, about building something better than what came before." "Of course we stayed," Fleur said softly. "You gave us our lives back." "Oh, could we not?" "That's just it. Though, I didn't give you anything. The Remnant would have killed us all if we hadn't worked together. The Guild would have hushed us. Malfoy would have succeeded." Harry shook his head. "Everything good that's happened, it happened because we faced it together. Not because of me specifically." "You're the center of it," Daphne said. "Whether you accept that or not, you're the one who brought us together, the one who gave us something to fight for. Without you, without me, you would have found another way. You're all too stubborn to give up." Harry grinned. "That's what I love about you." The word hung in the air, love, and everyone went very still. "Did you just?" Tunks slurred. "Yeah." Harry felt heat rising to his cheeks, but he didn't look away. "I did, and I meant it. I love all of you. In different ways, for different reasons, but genuinely and completely." Fleur moved first, crossing to sit beside him and taking his hand. "Jadema Aussie." Tunks scrambled over the back of the couch to crash into his other side. "Same here, you soppy git." Sulai smiled, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "I love you too." Daphne was last, as always. She stood slowly, crossed to where Harry sat, and looked down at him with an expression that was somehow both vulnerable and fierce. "I love you," she said. "I've loved you for longer than I wanted to admit. And if you ever make me say it again in front of witnesses, I'll hex you into next week." Noted. Harry pulled her down into the tangle of bodies on the couch. "But I'm going to hold you to that." I expected nothing less. Winter came, and with it, a sense of completion. The Wisengamot had finished its reforms, creating new protections against the kind of exploitation the Guild had practiced. The international magical community had followed suit, dismantling Guild branches worldwide and offering support to families affected by the curses. The old pure-blood hierarchy continued to evolve, becoming less about blood status and more about actual contribution to society. Harry's bond network had settled into a stable configuration. The ritual connections remained as a kind of extended family, people who shared a unique experience and would always have that link. The stronger bonds with his four partners were as powerful as ever, a constant source of strength and comfort. And Harry himself, he'd found something he'd never expected. Purpose, connection, love, on Christmas Eve. They all gathered at Harry's house for a celebration that had become a tradition. The ritual, bonded families were invited, turning what could have been an intimate gathering into a massive party that spilled through every room and out into the snow-covered garden. Harry stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room, watching the chaos with a contented smile. Fleur was arguing passionately with someone about proper cooking techniques. Tunks was teaching a group of children how to make their hair change color, with limited success. Sully was reading a story to the younger ones, her voice clear and strong. Daphne was managing the logistics of the party with her usual terrifying efficiency. And everywhere, people were laughing, talking, connecting. Families that had been strangers 6 months ago. People who'd thought they had no future, now celebrating the holidays with joy. "You're doing it again." Daphne appeared at his elbow, a cup of mulled wine in each hand. "The brooding thing. I'm not wooding. I'm appreciating." "Same difference." She handed him a cup. "What are you appreciating?" "All of this." Harry gestured at the crowded rooms. "Everyone who's here. Everyone who's happy. Everyone who's alive because we didn't give up. You're getting sentimental in your old age." "I'm 17. Like I said, old." But she was smiling, and she leaned into his side as they watched the party together. "Do you ever think about what would have happened if you hadn't come to Grimmauld Place that morning?" Harry asked quietly. "Sometimes. Astoria would have died. The guild would have continued exploiting people. The remnant would have kept growing until it consumed everything." Daphne's voice was thoughtful, "And I would have spent my whole life being cold and controlled and alone." "You weren't cold. You were protective." "I was terrified." She looked up at him. "But I'm not anymore. Because of you. Because of all of this. I didn't do anything special. I just didn't give up. That is special, Harry." Her voice was gentle but firm. "Most people give up. Most people accept that the world is broken and there's nothing they can do about it. You refused, and because you refused, everything changed." Harry thought about that for a moment. About the choices he'd made, the chances he'd taken, the people he'd trusted. It had all seemed so desperate at the time, one crisis after another, barely surviving, never sure if the next battle would be his last. But looking back, he could see the pattern. Every time he'd chosen to fight instead of flee. Every time he'd trusted instead of suspected. Every time he'd reached out instead of pulling back. Those choices had led him here, to this moment, surrounded by people who cared about him and a future that actually looked bright. "Hey." Tonks appeared on his other side, slightly tipsy and grinning. "You two being antisocial over here." "We're appreciating," Daphne said dryly. The brooding thing." "Got it." She nudged Harry with her elbow. "Fleur wants to know if you're going to make a speech. Apparently some of the guests are expecting one." "A speech?" "You are technically the host. And also, the guy who saved everyone's lives." Harry groaned. "I hate speeches." "I know. But they want to hear from you. Let them celebrate you for once. You've earned it." He looked out at the crowded room, At all the faces turned toward him with hope and gratitude and genuine affection. These were his people now, his community, his family in every way that mattered. "All right," he said, "but it's going to be short." Wouldn't expect anything else. Harry stepped into the living room, raising his hand to get everyone's attention. The conversations quieted, faces turning toward him expectantly. "I'm not good at speeches," he began, "so I'll keep this brief. 6 months ago, I found out that my blood could break curses. I thought it was a gift, something I could use to help a few people who were suffering. I had no idea it would lead to all of this." He gestured at the room, at the crowd of faces watching him. "You came to me because you were desperate, dying, running out of options. And I was just trying to help, trying to make things better for as many people as I could. But somewhere along the way, something else happened. We stopped being strangers seeking survival and started being something more. A community. A family." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "I can't take credit for what we've built. That came from all of you, your courage, your trust, your willingness to fight for something better. I was just the spark. You were the fire." A few people were crying now. Harry could feel their emotions through the bonds, gratitude, hope, love, and it nearly overwhelmed him. "So here's to us," he said, raising his cup. "To the battles we've won and the ones still to come. To the families we've made and the futures we've claimed. And to the simple truth that no matter how dark things get, we're stronger together than we ever could be alone." Together. Oh, raising their own cups. "Together," Harry repeated. And as he looked around at all of them, at Fleur and Tonks and Sulai and Daphne, at the dozens of people whose lives were now intertwined with his, he felt something he'd never truly felt before. Peace. Not the temporary kind that came between crises. Not the fragile kind that could be shattered by the next attack. Real peace. The kind that came from knowing exactly who you were, what you valued, and who you wanted beside you. The remnant was destroyed. The guild was dismantled. The old order was giving way to something better. And Harry had found a home, a family, a purpose that made sense. It wasn't the life he'd imagined for himself. It wasn't what anyone would have predicted. But it was his, and it was good, and he was finally, truly happy. Daphne appeared at his side again, her expression soft in a way she only allowed when they were close. "You okay?" "Yeah." Harry smiled and took her hand. "I really am." Outside, snow was falling softly over the countryside, covering the world in white. Inside, the party continued. Laughter and warmth filling every corner of the house. And at the center of it all, surrounded by the people who love him, Harry Potter finally understood what it meant to be home.